99% of what I've received so far. From all the stuff that VLCT has put out about it, there is no timeline as of yet, and that's partially because the state legislature has to approve it. So this is something that they have proposed to the legislature that Jeanette White and I'm forgetting the name of the other individual who proposed it in each of the houses just a week and a half ago at the beginning of the session. So it has to go through the legislature, get approved for the pilot program to start. And what the VLCT is asking is for more towns than the 10 to make a motion to that showing interest in it. Mm-hmm. And then once it comes out, then towns will have to apply to be a part of it. So making the motion doesn't guarantee that you will be part of the pilot program. It just shows that you have interest and you'll be considered in the group.
Gabby, could you summarize how would the pilot work? I mean, what is the purpose of the pilot? Because the state laws are going to remain the same during the 10-year pilot period, right? So what would a town...
They get an exemption.
What?
They'd get, the towns, the pilot would get an exemption from
get
that and say, hey, you actually town get, I don't know, that's going to be that much more power, but like all this extra power that you wouldn't normally have, let's see how that works out.
So you could set, I mean, they've given you examples of setting taxes and developing funding sources and partnerships that are independent of state, so not regulated.
And the legislature would let these 10 towns
actually implement them.
Be an exception to that?
Yeah.
And I think it makes sense for a certain type of town, really.
Well, it would be interesting. I mean, I'd be interested to see, as an observer, how this experiment affects towns that are like our towns.
So this is being discussed on Thursday at the State House, right? And you're going to be at the State House.
Yes.
Both of you are. What are you doing, Miranda?
I'm delivering the devotional at the state legislature on Valentine's Day.
That is lovely.
In fact, Danny is going to be in it. I mean, you're not going. You don't have to go to Montpelier, but I've been.
Your name will be used.
I've been asked to deliver the devotional, which is like a little inspirational talk. And so I decided to do it on Valentine's Day, and so it's really about, well, it's about what a great town Guilford is, but it's disguised as talking about just about the way we operate here, and about listening to people, and the flood and fluvial erosion hazard debate, and the kind of stepping away from blame. That we noticed, that's part of it as well. So I'm going to be up there, and I'm delivering that at 1 o'clock, and then at 1:30.
Hearing the keynote speaker. That's at lunchtime, isn't it? The keynote speaker? So there's a workshop at noon, with meet your legislators, and the keynote speaker is going to be talking about this topic.
Yes.
And so maybe what we do is we consider whether or not, as a town, we are supportive of this pilot program without saying we want to apply for it, because that would support VLCT in their efforts, and then we find out more about whether there's a reason for us to apply. Because we don't have to make a decision about application for a long time, it would seem to me. Am I correct in that?
I would agree I would hope that based on what's
So with
shared
that,
so far, the two
should we-
questions.
Yeah, I can meet you up there, and we can go to it and hope that we don't get iced or snowed in and compare notes.
Sounds good.
So should we just have an amendment supporting VLCT's self-governance?
An amendment or a motion?
A motion, I'm sorry.
Supporting
VLCT's self-governance proposal to the state legislature.
Does that need to be in faster than the application
It's
process?
separate, it's not an
Separate.
application, it's just
So we support
supporting.
it, but we're not
We
saying...
support their
Right,
efforts on their
but
policy
not,
movement.
we're not saying that we're putting ourselves forward as one
Right.
of the... No,
Yeah.
I would go for that. I make that motion.
You do?
Yes.
And I'll second it.
Thank you. Is there any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. So you could just send that to Karen and,
I will.
excuse me.
I mean, but the way they discussed it, it was really like, that the sky was going to
A fall,
open and the
right.
10 Commandments were going to come.
Charlton
They're going to
Heston.
abolish the Ten Commandments.
Charlton Heston was going to make his presence known in Vermont.
So the next item on the agenda is Better
No.
Connections Grant 2020. And we started to apply in 2018. We decided not to apply for this grant in 2019 because we were not ready. And what I presented to the select board this weekend was a roadmap to get to the application process. And I would entertain questions. I don't know, I'm sure everybody's had a chance to read it, or I could just describe it quickly.
I had a question, just as a detail. One of the goals would be to have Guilford own a part of Route 5?
No.
That, it said something about
Consider-
It talked about
it used the word
taking
own,
over that
yeah.
responsibility from the state.
Yeah,
It
should,
would be owning it.
we would, but it's like, so I had a conversation.
Talk about home rule.
Separate conversation with Mark Pickering, and out of that came the, and I worked with Danny on this too, the road safety audit report request. And so I said to Mark, like, in 2018, you recommended that Guilford consider taking over about a half-mile section of Route 5, and then we could do what we want to with it. And I said to him last week, why couldn't V-Trans partner with Guilford to make that section of the road more safer for everybody? And he said, well, the first thing we would have to do if we were to consider that is a road safety audit report, which the select board needs to formally request V-Trans to do. So that is the second part of this thing. Are we proposing that in a not yet existent grant application that Guilford take over Route 5? No,
Okay.
we're not. It
And it
might
wouldn't be
be.
all of it.
No,
I
it
mean,
was a-
that
it said a
half a mile
portion,
section.
yeah.
No, we are not proposing, it just is, we should look at how to make that the safest possible space for Algiers Village and for all the people who use that space.
So are you
Without
looking
town
for,
ownership.
are you looking for affirmation for proceeding with moving towards an application, basically?
So, two things. One is, I took this draft to Friends of Algiers Village and representatives of Guilford Preservation Inc., the church, and CC4G on Thursday and Friday of last week, and they all support this roadmap to get there. The select board needs to approve proceeding towards a grant application, and so does the planning commission. They need to have time to review it, and so do other possible stakeholders. We need, so this is a draft of a way to get to actually completing an application, which is, to get partners, to identify stakeholders, to have meetings with community members, to talk with business owners, and then to actually do the grant application. If it seems like we should go ahead with it at that point. So what I'm looking for is support of the process to determining whether we should go ahead with a grant application. And then we will have a period of discovery from now through October, November of next year, of this year. And then we'll decide if we want to do it. But in order for me to present it to the planning commission, the select board needs to approve the draft.
Okay, I'm sorry. No, I couldn't figure out exactly what we were going to ask for the grant.
So the grant in
Like what our project was.
2018 was about $40,000 to have a feasibility plan for basically road safety and improving the economic viability. So we would talk about the objectives of the grant, which are to help communities identify and prioritize goals, to develop an action-oriented roadmap to achieve those goals, and then to have a feasibility study, and then to link us to possible other philanthropic organizations or funding organizations. So we would be looking at the possibility of providing a safe, multimodal, and resilient transportation system, supporting downtown Algiers Village economic development and revitalization, and then if we can find things to do that are feasible, how would we go from feasibility study to project implementation?
Okay, because I happen to be at a WRC meeting,
Okay.
WRC meeting right before now, and with Chris Campany, and I talked to Chris Campany and Jackie Casino from V-Trans. Chris is on the review process for this grant, and Jackie runs this grant, and I said it was coming up tonight at the select board meeting. Can you give me some more information about what you think? And what I told them what I thought the grant was, that's why I wanted clarification, because I wasn't sure, had to do with road safety. How they explained this to me was that this grant is really for, so, it's very, very competitive.
Mhm.
So that one of their points was there might be less competitive ways to get what we need. The other thing that they talked about was, how Chris described it to me was, this is really for a project that you know and you've done all the legwork for. So he gave the example of, you generally know you want a trail from here to here, and this grant is to just put that plan in place. You know you have the stakeholders in place, and you know you can show that it's like shovel ready, you can implement. So what I'm hearing now is that this is actually like a step back from that. We're looking for feasibility, that we don't have a clear plan with stakeholders potentially.
We don't have
in
a clear
place.
plan. We would have to develop relationships with and partnerships
But
so
if-
that we could then plan to see if there is a plan to do that. But we can't get to January without that.
Right, but what I'm
Without
saying,
those conversations.
You're saying
we're
it's an
talking about road
implementation.
safety, well, and then it becomes an implementation. So if it's road safety, which I think is, I'm not sure what the driver is, but that seemed what it, you talked about a trail, that seems like something you could do outside of this grant and potentially less, the other thing they said is this grant is very intense. So it takes intense writing-wise.
Oh, okay.
Application-wise.
Yeah.
So there might be a way to get a trail in a smaller grant that might be more easily gotten with less town resources put out there. And the other thing, if it's road safety, Jackie and Chris both suggested doing the exact thing that Mark Pickering suggested, is free.
Yeah.
And Jackie said, V-Trans will work with you to do sort of
The audit, you mean?
the audit they can definitely do for free, and then if you come up with some sort of safety measures that you wanted to implement, to a certain extent they will do that. It's not going to be like bells and whistles, but they can work with you to do that. So it might be, their suggestion was to go that route rather than go on a very intense grant writing, stakeholder sort of route. That was their personal opinion when I brought it up, because
Well, that's an interesting piece of the puzzle, because they're the people who run the grant.
Well,
and that's what Chris said. He said, I've seen it, it's just very, very competitive, and he wasn't sure that where we were right now was going to be a good place. I know it's a roadmap to get there, but that maybe if there's pieces that we are trying to put into place, there might be easier ways for us.
But it's your,
And WRC would help us sort of could help us find those ways if we asked.
but is this what you're proposing to a roadmap that might suggest that we can't get to where we want to go,
Yeah.
and we wouldn't do the application?
exactly.
Yeah.
But each of the steps that are outlined in here, partnering with V-Trans to make the half-mile section of the Route 5 corridor safe, depending on explore how to do that, contract orchestrate a series of public meetings to gauge voter resident support about the road safety, document all the events and measures, look at better traffic calming measures, including crosswalk, sidewalks, road narrowing, look at speed limit changes, look at safe bicycle and pedestrian access through Algiers Village and to reach Brattleboro. Can we create paths between the industrial park and the Commonwealth Dairy Park through the conserved land there to get to the store, to increase business to the store.
And get to the ice cream parlor.
Yeah, pedestrian access to Blueberry House. So all of these things, in a way, these things are responsive to people's concerns have been raised to the select board about traffic safety in Algiers Village for years, and also in Guilford Center. And so I think all of these questions are worth working on this year, whether they lead us to a feasibility study project at the end of the year or something else, some other avenues, and we will learn a lot in the discovery process. So that's kind of why I presented this, that maybe we'll get to the Better Connections grant, maybe we won't, but we have a good roadmap for things that we should be looking at this coming year. So, the question before the select board is, should I present this as well to the planning commission?
I would say yes and see what they say.
I don't think we need to present the road safety audit report request to them, to the planning commission. I think the select board can just ask V-Trans to do that. But I would like to know if the select board supports presenting this
I do.
Algiers Village Guilford master plan thing.
I think it'd be helpful to have a sense of how much town resources this would take. Just, I mean, I guess I'd like to do it in steps and say, okay, what can we get for free? What makes sense? And say, okay, let's get our audit in both areas where we've had complaints, and then look at both areas and say, okay, what can we reasonably do in both areas? Once we have the audit, and take it from there, and then you can start looking at, okay, let's do the research on the grants rather than sort of, engage all these stakeholders before we. It's just a lot of time and resources, and I'd like to sort of have I mean, I personally, I'm not going to be on the select board anymore, so I don't care, but I would.
Oh, you still care.
But if you're going to use town resources to do this, is this a grant worth pursuing? Or, I mean, I think it's good to go down the road of having the audit and looking at both the two centers where we've had complaints, but once we get some results and feedback, maybe say, okay, where do we go from here, and make a plan that makes sense once we have some more
What
information.
do you foresee as the resources that would be needed to
I think we would
discuss
just
this
hold a
with
couple of
planning
community
commission?
meetings. I go to the meeting of the planning commission. I actually think that a lot of the work has been done in the Algiers Village Vision Plan already, in terms of visualizing how things could be in Algiers Village, and that was based on a major contribution of effort and on Wyndham Regional Council. I think the commission, they spent about $15,000 of their resources on that Algiers Village Plan. So we have much of the groundwork done. We do need to hold a couple more community meetings, but that is one of the things that the select board has agreed to do on a more regular basis anyway. So in terms of expanding community engagement in different issues. So,
Well, I know that in Guilford Center, there are, residents of Guilford Center who are very concerned about traffic and also a kind of evolving vision. And so there are people who are already on board to get active on these things when we start these steps. And so I think that presenting this to the planning commission and also finding out what their thinking has been about this is certainly low impact in terms of, work for anybody. And I am very excited actually about the audit. I think that has a lot to offer us.
So I'm going to ask for a separate vote on that. But
Yeah, that's a no-brainer,
Yeah.
to do that.
Do we have to vote on this, or we just express support or not?
No, I
don't think you
kind
need
of
to vote
express-
on it.
I mean, at some point, I will be, if we were to apply for a grant, I would be saying, excuse me, we need letters of support from V-Trans, which we got in 2018, from the planning commission, from Wyndham Regional, from, BDCC if they were to, and from the 4 nonprofits, who have already said they're really enthusiastic about this for Algiers Village. And so then we need to formally approve the process and go through that, which we did not do in 2018. We did not understand the complexity of the grant. Gabby is right. It is a hard grant to do. It is very competitive. And I don't know that we would get it, but we would certainly do a lot of valuable work going through this process. So,
And I would just also caution, like what WRC did was money for brownfields area-wide assessment.
Yeah.
It wasn't a full-on planning with, a lot of community outreach with a lot of different partners. It was really just for some to help a particular group of nonprofits, and it was really just brownfields area-wide plan. So I wouldn't, I would just look into that. It wasn't an all-out planning process.
Well, this is certainly not shovel-ready,
No.
as they say.
But I think it's a
it's
roadmap
looking-
to consider moving forward on, together with the planning commission and with other partners in the town, and see if we can build partnerships with other people about this. So I think, I guess it would be good if we had an agreement, a motion to move forward on this.
I so move.
What are we moving forward? I just want to be clear what we're moving forward on.
Moving that I would move that the select board support moving forward on the roadmap towards an application,
Towards considering an
towards
application.
considering an application, and presenting it to the planning commission.
Yeah, and I would just caution, like, they might change this grant application too. So I'm just putting it out there.
So I could name this something different other than Better Connections
I
2020.
think it might be good to just say we're going to look at traffic calming and other ways to improve our two village centers, and bring that to the planning commission.
But that leaves out the step,
Working with Brattleboro.
the steps towards exploring whether we should make a proposal.
I don't think it limits it one way or the other. I'm just saying let's look at all of our options and not say it's towards this one grant. I'd really like to hear what the planning commission has to say too, and not say this is what I'm sort of pigeonholing you with, because it might be that grant's not the right thing and that there's other options for the town that might be better suited.
Well, how,
Could we present the objectives of this
So,
without the verbiage of looking for a grant? I mean,
I think
you
that's
just-
better, because I think
can't
then
you
you'll
just-
open your options.
Yeah, that's
you
what you're
know,
saying.
Yeah, so.
yeah, I can change, I can certainly, this is, as I said, this is a draft.
Right.
This is I
thought it
just
was
trying to
very
figure out
good.
what a concept would be, who might be partnering, what
Right.
the stakeholders would be, and what we would consider in terms of, what the applications, traffic calming measures, speed limit changes, bicycle safety,
So-
pedestrian safety.
Instead of
And the
saying,
connectivity,
moving towards a
right.
grant, just say, moving toward the improvement of those two areas.
Would you like to
Regardless
amend
of the
your
grant.
Yes, I would. Are you in, are you?
That's
on?
fine, yeah, no, this was,
okay, so
I
do we have the
presented-
wording?
So I move that we support investigating the improvement of traffic and other
Traffic safety measures.
traffic safety measures in Algiers and Guilford
Guilford
Center.
Maybe to improve towards economic vitality
Yes.
and
Quality of life.
quality of life.
There you
Yes,
go.
Sorry.
That's good. You okay with that?
I hope you got every word of that.
I did my best.
Because I have to edit
There's always
this.
going to be Ian's lovely video to assist
Thank
me.
you.
Oh, was I supposed to turn it on?
Oh, yeah. There's no red light there, Ian. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you. Is there any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And thanks for your work on the.
Thank you. I had
Yes.
some good help and some good input from.
And thanks for your talking to the grant makers.
And thank you,
That's
Danny,
really-
for giving.
You're welcome.
Okay,
Thanks, Danny.
I need another, I need to have another motion. Should the town of Guilford request that V-Trans conduct a Guilford Road Safety Audit Report for both Algiers Village and Guilford Center?
I so move. Let Gordon do that. I'll second
Gordon,
it.
second. Any changes to the audit, the request thing that I drafted for this? Did people have any input on that?
You mean,
Algiers Village safety issues include Route 5 and Guilford
yeah.
Center Road intersect the speed through the village, cars exiting the Guilford Country Store in the Woodcock Building, lack of
Right.
safe space for pedestrians and cyclists, lack of marked crosswalks, handicap access, accommodation for completion of complete streets, which is basically road safety for pedestrians and bicycles, and contemplation for future growth and development. And for adding safety of school children in Guilford Center, and speed through village, lack of marked crosswalks, lack of safe space. Is that, everybody have
Sounded good to
anything,
me.
have anything to add to that?
So what was
Take
the
away.
action again?
Should the town
So
of,
you moved, Richard?
No,
I
Gordon did.
moved.
I seconded
Gordon
it.
moved, sorry.
the town of Guilford should request V-Trans to conduct a
An audit.
road safety audit for Algiers Village and Guilford Center. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank
That's
you.
really great that they're gonna do that.
Yes,
It is.
I had a really nice conversation with Mark last week on that, so.
What is his job? Mark Pickering?
He's the regional,
Okay.
something, V-Trans. Never know.
He covers us.
Gordon or Gabby, do you want to do the warrants?
Sure, go for it.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we pay the following warrants. Payroll week ending February 3rd, 2019 for $8,183.11. Payroll week ending February 10th, 2019 for $6,245.54, and expense warrant number 1915 for $28,408.62, for a grand total of $42,837.27. And of the expense warrant 1915, it is Danny mentioned, it was mostly gravel, salt, I'm sorry, sand, salt, and repairs to our equipment that made up almost a third, more than a third.
More than a
not-
third.
Yeah, it wasn't quite a half, but it was more than a third.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Communications, Peter?
So, as at the last meeting, as Sheila shared with all of you, she had a conversation with Wyndham Solid Waste about the town utilizing some solar credits from the new solar field there. I have been working with Sky Solar and their manager of that program. And so as of last Thursday, or beginning last Thursday, we will be getting the solar credits applied to the town office energy bill. I still have 3 or 4 outstanding questions for them as far as whether the amount that is being applied, if that's being applied monthly or is being applied annually. It is 4 kilowatts, kilowatt hours. So it's not a huge amount, but it's something that will be helpful. And in that process, we also learned that we cannot apply solar credits from 2 different programs to one electricity bill. And so the town had been periodically getting some small credits from the fire department. And so with coordination with Dan Ingold, who oversees the program at the fire department, that there's a discussion back and forth, and they agreed to apply that to the town garage electric bill. So
If
we'll-
there is one, or will there be one?
when there, not if, when there is one.
Gotcha.
So some, particularly during the spring through fall, they often have one. Green Mountain Power kind of changed the program and how it works. It used to be just one lump amount at the end of the year, and now it's on a monthly basis. So now both the garage and the town office will both be getting solar credits.
Do we have an understanding of what those 4 solar credits that will be
We've been
killed?
trying to get it.
That's part of
have-
your questions, thank you.
I have
Okay.
3 outstanding
No
emails
problem.
and a voicemail that have not been responded to.
Fair enough.
So then the last one is just brief communication. Since you've already approved the budget, we were notified that the G Suite, which we use for our town office services, all you guys use, will be going up as of April 1st. That Google rolled out this product, they said 10 years ago in April, and that they have added at least 10 products to the service
Suite,
line
yeah.
in during that time, and this is the first price increase in 10 years. And so it will be for professional users such as the town, it'll be increasing $2 per user per month. So that was not budgeted for, because they just announced that last week.
How many users are there
Yeah, how
now?
many users?
We currently have 14 users, so it'll be $28 a month that it will be increasing by. I just wanted the select board to know.
Thank you.
And that is all of the communications that I had for you guys.
Can I just make one? One thing that was brought up at one of my WRC meetings was how to do the constable. And it turns out that constables apparently, and somebody might want to look this up because it's just going on what I'm told, really their only purpose is to serve to, I guess, control people at town meeting. You can give them extra law type duties, which seems to be what Guilford has done, but you don't have to. So if we're having an issue with the constable, one of the things we might want to consider doing is pulling back their capacity, and that might actually, A, we won't have to keep training people and they leave, because that's sort of expensive, and B, we might be more apt to get someone if they just need to do 1 day a year.
You mean be sort of like a
Enforcer.
sergeant at arms?
Yeah.
That's correct.
Blimey.
So, yes, that is
So
absolutely.
I'm
Well,
just,
serving that commitment.
So both of what the items that Gabby just said are correct. Their
I think we should
original
revisit it.
purpose of them was to control the crowds at town meeting. And then as things change in the state and law enforcement needs increased, many towns, through state legislation, were then able to grant their constables more powers.
Is that something we should put on?
It sounds like an agenda item, but it doesn't look like this very complex. We have a 5-page thing on what the constable's roles and responsibilities are from,
And we haven't had
VLCT
an acting
handbook.
constable, well,
In a year.
that's not fair.
Well, almost a
A
year.
year, but prior
6
to
months.
that,
and
it had been a
so
while.
I guess it says we can say that if we
Jacob.
ask them to enact, to execute law enforcement, then I think we don't need to ask them to do that, so.
and then we don't need to pay. I mean, it's just a thought to put out there since we're having such an issue, and then we do have
No,
to
it's-
pay money for
I
it,
didn't
so.
realize that was the
I didn't
limited
either.
role.
I'll go, yeah, maybe we can have this on the agenda for next.
And
That's
with the
really
state looking at,
interesting. I mean, I would be very interested to read about what the constable can do and what the constable must do.
I'll send this to you, Miranda.
Pardon me?
I'll send it to you.
Yeah,
Well,
I
both-
mean, just for my education.
Well, VLCT has done quite a bit of work, research on the history of constables, as well as I don't remember the exact name of the organization, but the Vermont Association of Constables has also done quite a bit of research on the history of them.
Well, great. Well, town meeting in 1968 was, remember, Richard? It was much more theatrical even than it has been for ages. So maybe they needed people to,
Control the crowds.
a sergeant at arms.
I can't actually
Scary
see anything here about town meeting, but I'll look more closely.
Is this something
Look
we
into
should
that.
put on an agenda for?
I just asked Peter to put it on for the next meeting.
Yeah, well, I can Google it and see whether I could come up with anything.
Miranda, I'll send you this. It's from
Oh,
the Town
terrific.
Officer's Handbook,
Oh, I have the town officer's handbook, so I can.
page 23 through
Page
27.
23, okay. As good as done.
So, who would like to move
I will
that we
move,
adjourn the
we
meeting?
adjourn the meeting.
I second.
At 7:19.
All in favor?
Aye.
The meeting is adjourned at 7:19.
Wow, that's a record,
Oh.
a record.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Randy Holhut. I'm news editor from the Commons. And welcome to BCTV's annual presentation of Meet the Candidates. And we have tonight with us our 6 candidates for the select board posts. We'll introduce them in a moment. But first, I'd like to introduce the panelists for tonight who will be asking some questions. First, we have Mel Motel, who's the executive director of the Brattleboro Community Justice Center, and Melanie Winters. I should know the competition better. She is the day editor of the Brattleboro Reformer, a great daily newspaper. Now, for the combatants in this bout of democracy, in this, well, no, not this one. We have 2 candidates for the 3-year term for Select Board. We have Ben Copeland and Tim Wessel.
Hello.
You may know Tim. You see him every Tuesday, or every other Tuesday. Then we have 4 candidates for the 1-year term. 2 of these people will be your select board members going forward, depending on who you choose. And they are from left to right: Oscar Heller,
Hello.
Elizabeth McLaughlin, Franz Reichman, and
Hi.
Daniel Quip. So here's how things will go tonight. The candidates will have 90 seconds of an opening statement, and then we'll ask questions, myself, Mel, Melanie. And then it'll be opened up to the audience. This is also being broadcast on Facebook Live, and if you're riding the Facebook tonight, you can send us questions, and Jackson over here will take them, and through the magic of pen and note card, they'll be transferred over here, and we will ask them to the candidates. And they will have 1 minute to answer each question, since we have so many of them tonight. So let's begin with the candidate statements, and it is all yours, Mr. Copeland.
Thank you. My name is Ben Copeland. I've lived in Brattleboro for 45 years. I moved here from California, actually after having served 2.5 years in the Peace Corps in South America. But I have 3 children and my wife, and I was offered a job, actually while I was in the Peace Corps, to be interviewed by the CEO of the Holstein Association. And I had worked in the dairy industry in California for some years and had grown up on a dairy farm and graduated in agriculture from the University of Illinois. But the reason that I am interested in pursuing a seat on the select board is that the town's been awfully good to me and my family. And I feel some responsibility to help shape its future, And I also think that there are some ways that we can make it better. Thanks.
And you did that in 64 seconds. Very good. But I'm sure that Mr. Wessel will use the full 90 seconds, and you're on the clock.
Not sure what you're trying to say. Thanks, everyone, and thanks to all the panelists and BCTV for putting this all together, and Core Trowbridge, way back in the shadows, who was instrumental. So I've served on the Brattleboro Select Board 2 years now, and I really do enjoy it. Just to go back a little bit, I've lived in Brattleboro area for 12 years, and I've lived in Windham County for almost 20. I'm 51. I currently have a 29-year-old son, and I mention that because I also have a 1-year-old son. And it's a little apropos, I think, because it gives me a range of perspectives, you might say, for all kinds of stages of parenting, if you will. I've been a renter in Brattleboro when I came here in about 12 years ago. Now I'm a homeowner in Brattleboro, and I'm also a sort of a reluctant landlord. So I have those perspectives to bring to the board as well. I know I don't have much time, but the board that I currently serve on has worked well together. We've done a lot of great things, and I look forward to the opportunity to serve some more on the Brattleboro Select Board.
Well done.
Close to
Only 5 seconds. Mr. Heller.
Thank you. My name is Oscar Heller. I'm running for one of the one-year seats on the Select Board. I'm a small business owner. I'm currently chair of the Town Energy Committee. And as a little aside, the way I got to be sitting here is I grew up on Long Island in New York. And when I was 14, my parents shipped me off to summer camp here, my first time in Vermont at Camp Wabanong, which some of you may know. And it was, for someone who'd never been off Long Island, which has its charms, but there's a lot of noise, there's car exhaust, strip malls. Coming up the interstate, crossing the border into Vermont from Massachusetts for the first time was an incredible experience. And then ending up in the most extreme way at this very rustic camp on the side of a mountain where the cabins only have 3 walls and you basically sleep out in the open, was the sort of thing that, I mean, it made me want to move here and live here hopefully for the rest of my life, which I did in 2014. I moved here also from California. And since then, I've started a business. I've gotten more involved with town government, and I think that I hear often from people that they're worried that there are fewer younger people in Brattleboro, there are fewer new businesses, and I think I can bring a valuable perspective to the Select Board. Thank you.
A bit over, but we'll forgive you for that. Ms. McLaughlin.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Elizabeth McLaughlin. I moved here with my husband 12 years ago, and we each started our own small business. At the same time, my daughter, Mary, started at BOHS. And I believe I'm exactly the type of person that Brattleboro is looking to move to Brattleboro, someone who can move and start their own business and bring their children and be a part of the community. I have a consulting business. I'm an urban planner, and I write environmental impact statements and get permit applications. And I made my friends here in Brattleboro by volunteering, at first on the steering committee for the Empty Bowls Dinner for many years, and also on the board of the Drop-In Center. And here I learned about the needs of the community for hunger and other needs. And I also learned how to help. And I think Brattleboro is a caring community, and I want to be a part of the continued care of the community as part of the Select Board. Right now, I currently serve on a number of boards. I'm a town meeting rep. I'm chair of the Planning Commission and have been on the Planning Commission for many years. And I'm also a new member of the Finance Committee, where I'm learning about the town budget. I'm on the Skate Park Committee, and I'm a representative to the Wyndham Regional Commission. And I look forward to serving, perhaps with one of these gentlemen, 2 of these gentlemen, on the Select Board.
Thank you. Mr. Reichman.
Thank you. My name is Franz Reichsman. I first came to Vermont as a summer camper, living in a 3-sided cabin out in the open air. It wasn't Camp Wabanong, it was Farm and Wilderness camps up in Plymouth. 49 years ago, I came to the Brattleboro area for the first time and built my family's summer place up in Marlborough. And then 33 years ago, moved here full-time after finishing my medical residency in Brooklyn, New York. I've been politically active for a very long time. I really started maybe age 14, but I was the chair of the Wyndham County Democratic Committee back in the 1980s. I've been sort of a sporadic candidate at times when some odd notion got into my head that that was a good idea. Ran for the legislature 1 year and the Senate, the Vermont Senate 1 year. I've been on the Representative Town Meeting Finance Committee for the past 4 years, reviewed the town and school budgets every year, learned a lot about that. And knowing that there were a couple of open seats coming up, I was actually a little bit worried that maybe there wouldn't be good candidates for the open seats. Turns out there's 4 good candidates for the one-year seats, and I'm happy to be among them.
And Mr. Quip.
Thanks. My name's Daniel Quip. I grew up in the UK, as probably you can tell, and I've lived in Brattleboro for just 4 years. I've been coming here since about 2004. My wife is from Newfane and grew up there, and we lived in the UK for a time and then came back to the States, lived in New York City, and then, like many people do, moved from the city up to here. I want to be on the board because I grew up in a single-parent, fairly low-income household, and then spent much of my life trying to kind of dig my way out of like the trap of poverty. Most of my work has been around communities that are experiencing a lack of resources. So I was a teacher at sort of high school level and middle school level in the East End of London and in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn. And then when I came to Brattleboro, I worked for the Boys and Girls Club at Westgate in West Brattleboro, and also worked in an alternative school program, and then later at Putney Central School. So I currently work at Sevca doing crisis fuel assistance to help people keep their homes heated. And for me, it's really important that there's somebody on the board who has an experience of poverty and a desire to see people's lives improve in this town. So that is part of why I would like to be elected for this position.
Thank you. Which is a nice segue into my first question, which is, Brattleboro, is it stratifying into 2 towns, one that caters to the tourist and one that people struggle to get by in? Do you believe that the class divide is growing in this town, and what can be done about it? And we'll start with Mr. Copeland.
Well, the time that I have been in Brattleboro, things have really changed. It concerned me. There's a higher poverty level in Brattleboro than I remember in my past here. I have served as both a substance abuse crisis worker, and also I've worked with individuals with disabilities, finding them employment, and I work with people who are homeless, having worked weekends for a number of years at Morningside Homeless Shelter. And I see that situation of low-income folks having a more and more difficult struggle to live in Brattleboro. And Brattleboro is not, there are other towns that probably are more difficult to live in low income. But Brattleboro certainly has its challenges in making a good life for everybody who wants to be here.
Mr. Wessel.
Sure. It's a very good question. It's been a concern of mine for quite a while that the middle of Brattleboro is being squeezed, the middle income of this town, and it's a very large part of how this town generates revenue is the property tax payers. And I really feel like we must concentrate on both keeping expenses down while providing the essential services that we're all used to and we all know and love, but also raising revenue in a way that's not on the backs of the property taxpayers quite as heavily as it has been in the past. 85% of all revenue that the municipal budget comes from is from property taxes. And I've been putting forward some ideas, and one of which is fairly famous, the 1% local option sales tax, which would take a minor amount of pressure, but a significant amount of pressure off of the backs of our property taxpayers in the town, and I think that's very important.
Mr. Heller?
Yeah, I agree. I think this might be the core problem that Brattleboro faces right now, because my two issues that I've been most focused on in terms of policy and research have been, one, economic development, and two, homelessness and poverty and drug addiction in the community. And it's a really tricky balance, because if the town economy suffers, the town can't provide the kind of services it wants to. It can't help people the way it wants to. But at the same time, there's a risk of gentrification, basically, of bringing in businesses and people with more money who displace people who've lived here, who make it harder for people who've lived here. And navigating that balance, I think, will be maybe the primary challenge for Brattleboro in the future. Thank you.
Ms. McLaughlin?
Yes, I do feel that it is a problem. And I think from the select board perspective, as Tim said, there really are just a couple of options. And one, I agree with the 1% tax, because I think relieving the property owners is a good solution in the middle. But at the same time, I think it's important, and I think what the select board is already trying to do is cooperate with social service agencies, because I think that is the key to meeting the needs of the population. And I know that there's hunger in the school and people on the street. So although it is a nationwide problem, I think it's also home here in Brattleboro.
Mr. Reichman?
I certainly think it's a problem, and I'm going to just piggyback on what Liz said about it being a nationwide problem. The income distribution in this country has been getting more and more spread out. I mean, we're back to almost the 1890s by now, and it's really awful. And at the national level, it means a lot of work has to be done to correct this. At the local level, one of the things I like the most about Brattleboro is how seriously this issue is being taken. I've been to a number of select board meetings where this has been discussed, and planning for day work programs and very important initiatives that I hope will come to fruition. The Housing Trust has been very active. Groundwork expansion, I think, is of real importance. All these things give me hope that we can mitigate the national trends here in Brattleboro.
And Mr. Quick?
So the question I heard was what can be done about it. And I think that there are a number of things that can be done. For starters, we already we appropriate money for human services organizations through our budget process. And we can be more generous with that appropriation. We can do more in collaboration with organizations like Groundworks, like Youth Services, like Sevca. I was talking with one of my colleagues this morning who primarily works in housing, and she says that the clients she's working with are not able to find a place that is affordable, and those that are already housed are often struggling to keep that housing. So the more that we can do to alleviate those burdens, the better.
Okay, all right, my question, some of you actually touched on it already. I wanted to discuss the issue of finding new and more sources of revenue to pay for the extra services that Brattleboro seems to need to provide as a hub of the region, whether it's healthcare, economic hub, education hub. Things gravitate here. A lot of jobs are here. Extra services are needed. That requires money. Some of you already talked about the 1% option tax. What other types of revenue options are there that could help relieve the growing burden on local taxpayers?
And we'll begin with Mr. Quip.
Thanks. I'm right now in favor of the 1% local option tax. Initially, I was probably going to be against it because sales taxes are, kind of regressive. But I feel like it's
one instrument that we could use. You know, income taxes, local income taxes, city, state income taxes could always be rejigged to make them more progressive. Like an income tax has the potential for being a more progressive tax, and certainly as a foreigner who came from a national health service, I'm often told by Americans that we couldn't afford it here, and the amount that I pay in health insurance costs each month comes to about $800 out of my couple of $1,000s take home. So we could certainly afford it.
Mr. Reichman.
The town's very limited in what means of raising money it has access to. There's an effort underway to try to change that the town manager, Peter Elwell, has been heavily involved in, and I think that is something we should go forward with. I think we have to talk about spending levels. You know, everybody's got great ideas about what to spend money on, but also have to think about the sort of the old Yankee creed, make it do, use it up. Anyway, I'm doing a little George W. Bush thing here, but anyway, the idea that we have to pinch pennies when we can, I think, is important. I've been saying for the local option 1% that I'm leaning towards supporting it, but I'm still listening. And I've actually done some research just over the past couple of days, some academic work that shows that maybe the increase would have a significant effect on the downtown.
Yes, I'm. First of all, the town does get an income from the 1% rooms and meals tax, and I'm in favor of the 1% sales tax, mostly because it would include internet sales, which is new and considerable. But the hub question is slightly different. What the select board has been trying to do is to work with other large stressed communities within the state and try and get the state to provide what is essentially something akin to urban aid, because all these towns have the same issues that we're facing, mostly about income inequality. And so this is an entirely different initiative to try and get a different type of tax for communities like Brattleboro, and I'm in support of that.
Yeah, so I was recently opposed to the 1% sales tax. I was saying 60-40 opposed. I've heard a lot of good arguments in the last week or two, including some from Tim. And if it came to a vote today, I would support it. I think there's a lot of potential there, and it's one of our few ways to raise revenue from people who don't live in Brattleboro, which is really important. I would like to talk about something a little different quickly. There's not a lot of time, but another way to approach this is, instead of looking at taxes, is to look at economic development, bringing in more money that way, which to me looks like, I think the era of the 500 job factory in Vermont, in Brattleboro, is probably over for good, by Vermont's choice largely, but I think there's an opportunity for Brattleboro to make itself attractive to smaller businesses, younger businesses, often technology businesses, which could bring in money, broaden the tax base, but they're largely green. They're people working out of offices with laptops, and I think that could be a really interesting way forward.
Well, it's a very good question. Setting aside the 1% local option tax, which is literally the last of 4 options that we have, as a Dillon rule state, we have to follow the rules that the legislature lays out before us. And we have one more option for raising revenue, and that is the 1% local option sales tax. But to set that aside for a moment, we need to pressure the state to let us talk more about the hub idea, and for the limited self-governance initiative that is being put forward, hopefully with the assistance of VLCT. And we're not paid a lot here on the select board, as you all know. We're mostly glorified volunteers, but I am taking the time tomorrow morning. I'm getting in a car with Peter Elwell, and we're going up for a town meeting or I'm sorry, Town Governance Day up at Montpelier. And what we'll be doing is advocating for the limited self-governance proposal, which is modeled after West Virginia, who did they moved from, or they are moving from a Dillon's rule state to a home rule state using these very successful models. And we'll be advocating for that together.
And Mr. Copeland.
I favor the option sales tax. We need another source of income to the town besides property tax. Property tax is, I think, for a town this size and with the number of people we have that are either really young or much older, the property tax is really high. And anything that we can do to not raise it more, I would be in favor of. I think that we should do everything we possibly can to get young people with good educations, college degrees, to come here, particularly if they already have a business or if they have an education already that would fit with our emphasis here, like solar panels and energy conservation and things like that. I happen to have 2 grandsons. I've sent them employment applications, and they live in Arizona.
Okay. Hello, everyone. In 2017, town officials expressed a commitment to increase diversity, inclusion, and equity in our town government. In your role as a select board member, what specific steps would you take to support our town to move towards this goal, and how would you ensure accountability?
And we'll begin with Mr. Copeland.
Yeah, I'm not too sure I actually understand your question. It has to do with, well, I'm not sure I understand your question. Can you repeat it again?
I sure can. In 2017, town officials expressed a commitment to increase diversity, equity, and inclusion in our town government.
Okay.
So in terms of racial diversity, economic diversity, last I heard of our 200 or so town employees, all of them are white, and that was brought up. And so, which may not be true, but you can address that, other folks. In your role as a select board member, what specific steps would you take to support our town to move toward that goal and ensure accountability?
Well, I think we do have to have more equity. I think the people that I associate with generally from week to week pretty much agree with that, particularly within town government. But part of that has to do with education and having people have the education and training that they need in order to be fully functional contributors to the community. And then I get concerned because we've had 2 good colleges really leave Brattleboro in the last year. SIT has no more students there. They have students in foreign countries. They have residence halls that are essentially empty. And Marlboro College has now seen everybody, their students, up in the Marlboro area and not on South Main Street or in Brattleboro, which not only affects the opportunities for people to go to school here at the college level, but it affects the number of people who would normally be employed as teachers and as service people. So I think providing educational opportunities, and particularly those kinds of opportunities that lead to business in Brattleboro, would be something that we should certainly encourage and do everything we possibly can to spur business.
Mr. Wessel.
First of all, I think I would confirm that I don't think we have a full-time employee of color currently yet on the staff here. We do have some part-time employees through Recreation and Parks, just to make that clear. And the staffing level is about 140, 150 total. So we recognize that as a goal, definitely. And when we speak with Peter Elwell about the HR director, and we are speaking, I should say, currently, that is one of our criteria, somebody with experience with diversity and equity in our community. We have to be thinking about it because if you see who floods out of our school these days, the range is somewhere about 20% of children of color in this community. So we definitely should be reflecting that percentage in some way better than we are now. And so I fully support moving more in that direction. But we certainly can't also have a quota system. That's not going to work either.
So I spent the 10 years, more or less, before coming to Brattleboro in two big international cities, Montreal and Los Angeles, which are obviously much more diverse than Vermont. And I miss that very much. I think it's one of the main weaknesses of Vermont as a place to live is that it's far less diverse, and that I literally believe that a community, the more diverse it is, the stronger it is. End of story in basically every way. In terms of tangible steps to take, I think you need to make sure that you're casting a wide net, that you're interviewing as many different people as you can for a job. You're making sure that it's not just friends, networks, because those in Brattleboro, those will be less diverse. And I think another thing that's really important is to make sure that people who aren't white men have an explicit seat at the table and are actually making decisions. It's not just that diversity is on people's minds, but that people with different perspectives are making decisions. And finally, I just want to say that I regret that as a consequence of this election, the select board will become, at least in some way, less diverse, which is a shame. So I apologize.
Ms. McLaughlin.
Well, yes, I think that it's clearly an issue, and I think the best thing to do would be for the town's human resource department to really cast a wide net, both for diversity but also geography. I think people need to be recruited to come and work here, and not just people of color, but LGBT and gender. I do know that the new planner for the town is female, so that's a nice stop. But basically, I think recruiting people and making them feel welcome is the key.
Mr. Reichman?
I don't have any specific steps to recommend, I think. I already think of Brattleboro as a welcoming place for people to come to. I don't want to speak for anybody else's experience of that, but that's how I see it. I think from the discussions I've heard at select board meetings, and I've been to a number of them over the past few years, the issue is considered pretty much all the time. It comes up quite frequently. I guess my question would be, well, what can you do? We can open our doors and we can offer opportunities, and then people have to decide to walk through the doors and take the opportunities. And I'm not sure how you get to that point. And I would also say that it would warm my heart if I saw a few Republicans involved in town affairs too. Diversity cuts that way as well.
Mr. Quip.
Thanks, Brent. So I think that the town needs to be asking the question, why do people of color, why do gender non-conforming people, why do LGBTQ people not find themselves represented in town staffing? I also think that Vermont needs to wake up to its racism. We've seen with Kaya Morris that this is a state that if you're an outsider, you can look at this state and think that it's some paragon of virtue. But we have plenty of issues to do with discrimination and outright racism here. So folks can't just have the door opened, but they need to feel like they are genuinely welcome. And I also, was talking with Steve Barrett at Public Works today and thinking about how, thanks, how folks in Brattleboro already need to feel like there is a path to a good, well-paid, good benefits job here for them. And we can do more to make inroads into that as well. So It's not just about people from away.
Someone is watching on Facebook tonight. We have a question.
Right.
Okay. This comes from Christine Connell. What do you think the town should do in downtown for residents who have major accessibility issues with parking, shopping, and the library?
And we'll start with you, Mr. Webb.
Well, it should be accessible. No, I don't mean that flippantly. I mean, like, it's right, it's that simple, right? We have an aging population, many of whom already experience accessibility issues, and as we move forward in time, that's only going to increase. So in all decisions about how we build things, how we change things, we need to make sure that it is entirely accessible and ADA compliant. And it's not acceptable to do anything other than that.
Well, I guess I'll hop on board with that. It's not something I've looked at in any detail. I just read about it in one of our newspapers the past few days. I'd be in favor of moving the buildings back and widening Main Street. It's just too narrow. That's the way it is. That would help at least with parking issues. And maybe accessibility to businesses and stuff like that. But what Daniel said is exactly right. We got to do it. We got to figure it out. I can't say there should be more parking here or there or the other place. But clearly, it's the law. You got to do it.
One of the things I said earlier was that the good strength of Brattleboro is that we cooperate with social service agencies. And the one that's interested in that question is AARP. I know the planning department has teamed with AARP to make for more open access to streets. I know the Public Works, when they redid elements on Main Street, they had more handicap curb cuts and so forth. So I think that the town is aware of this issue and working with others to make improvements.
Yeah, Daniel, when I laughed at your answer, it wasn't because I thought it was a silly answer. It's just such a simple sentence that is really the entire answer to that question. These things need to be accessible. We need to be thinking about everyone involved. And at the town level, we have the opportunity to make those kinds of decisions and make those kinds of plans. So that means it's the town's responsibility to make sure that these things happen. So I think you're exactly right. Thank you.
Mr. Wessel?
I serve on the Traffic Safety Committee here in my capacity as a select board member. And so sidewalks and safety of pedestrians and accessibility is one of the things I really get excited about talking about. And what we need is to shift a little bit of our town priorities and funding to traffic safety and sidewalks and ADA requirement needs. Some of that is being done very well by town staff using federal grants and other opportunities when they come about. But more of it can be done by the town. I think we just need to, as a community, decide that it's a higher priority. And I think it's incumbent upon us to really understand the struggles of those that have the most problems with accessibility in town. And I do want to just throw out a PSA because I've discovered recently a lot of people are not aware of this, that if you have a handicap sticker in the town of Brattleboro, you can park at any spot in Brattleboro without paying. And that includes all of the meters, all of the surface lots. It's something that everybody should know and pass along. That's not a solution, but it's something that a lot of people are not aware of.
And Mr. Colford?
I have certain kinds of activities and places I go and people I meet each day of the week. It keeps my week lively. But on Wednesdays, I go to the senior center and I have lunch. And after lunch at 1 o'clock till 2 o'clock, there's a discussion group of seniors who've had lunch together, but we have opportunity to talk about anything that we think that is on our mind. And parking is a big one, particularly because the senior center has a specified parking area. And you're only supposed to, and they have signs up, and we have permits that you can get from the senior center administrative people, but people who are shopping or working or whatever else goes on in town are using those spots. So the people with disabilities and people particularly who are of age don't have access to those spots. They think it's a problem. I agree.
At this point, we're going to open it up to the audience and line up at the microphone. Elbow each other at once.
George Carville, I'd like to ask you all to look into the future, put on your magic hat. Tim, you mentioned the home rule, okay? Mm-hmm. If we get it, what things do you think the town should consider doing with home rule that it can't do now?
Begin with Ben. You're up first.
Oh, I'm up first. I'll have to admit that I don't have a good answer for that. I would have to do a fair amount of research about home rule, what it allows and what it doesn't, and how it best fit in Brattleboro before I could give you an answer.
Mr. Wessel?
Well, I don't want to scare our legislators into thinking that we're looking for full-on home rule, because I think that'll freak a few people out. But I think just the ability to look at how we assign our property taxes. Everyone should know, if you're not aware already, that property taxes go, I think this year it might be 54% to school funding. So a lot of those formulas has to be looked at, and how property tax comes back to, income tax comes back to the towns is a very interesting thing. And I think when towns have some limited self-governance, they're going to have some more control over the money that the towns literally send up to the state, and then have to struggle a lot to get money to come back to the people who are actually generating that revenue.
Ellen?
So this is actually something I've looked at a lot, and especially by giving specific possibilities, I particularly don't want to scare legislators with what might possibly happen if they granted limited. But some of the options that other towns, municipalities have done, first of all, you're no longer just tied to the property tax in terms of the big pillars of tax. You could consider something like a local income tax, which can be made to be more progressive than a property tax. With all of these things that I'm about to talk about, unless steps were taken, the town would bear the burden of tax collection in a lot of these cases, which isn't a small burden administratively. Some other ideas are gas tax. I read a study of some towns in Oregon, smaller than us, that put, for example, a 1-cent tax on a gallon of gas and brought in $120,000, $150,000 a year. I'm going to run out of time. There's a lot to talk about here, but gas tax in particular is a good example of something that lets us raise revenue, again, from people who don't live here, which is really the thing we suffer from. So tourists, people using the interstate, and gas taxes are unlikely to drive people out of town because burning gas to drive to buy cheaper gas is not really a winning proposition. And I'm out of time. So thank you.
I'm going to stick to the two areas that I think are the most likely. And this initiative for local town government, as it was explained to me, what it's going to do is offer flexibility for the town to do things like get a stop sign without having to go run around through Montpelier. So it's subtle, but it's just going to make life easier for the town to function without being overburdened by state control. But the other thing that I'm in favor of pursuing, and we talked about earlier, was this hub town structure, because if we had more flexibility to get state aid for stressed towns, that would be a real win for Brattleboro, because most of the surrounding towns don't have the same problems that we do.
Mr. Reichman?
I don't know the details of home rule versus Dillon rule, but just pursuing the idea that there could be other ways of getting money to provide needed services and maintain needed infrastructure. To me, I mean, if we're looking to the future and what could possibly happen, I think part of the problem is that we rely too much on town government for raising money and not enough on county government. I think that it would be good to have a way that the surrounding towns could pick up some of the cost for the services that they take advantage of here in town. I think in states where counties have more active taxing authority, that's a good thing to share the burden equitably. On a completely different note, I think the possibilities of a Brattleboro credit card, similar you might have for a Red Sox credit card or something like that, where there's a fee that goes to the sponsor. We could look at instituting something like that. Credit for the idea goes to my barber, Remy Anderson.
Yeah, thanks. I also endorse Remy Anderson as a good barber. And I think that, like, in this situation, it always feels like you have to come up with like a definite answer to a question, right? Like, we're sitting here and it's kind of high pressure. And I'm going to reserve the right to like keep an open mind and learn more about what things are possible, right? So like, we don't really know what Brattleboro is going to be like in 10, 20 years. We've got a town plan, and it's a pretty good one. But we have to do a lot of stuff along the way. And I think that investigating ways to raise more revenue for the town, whilst keeping the town affordable and making sure that the ways that we raise revenue are not regressive, are really important. And I've been a teacher for a lot of my life. I've been a learner for all of it, and I look forward to learning more about that.
We have another Facebook question.
Okay, this is from Ralph Mima. Do you think it's the role of the select board to actively encourage people to shop more locally and less online? And if so, how would you do it? And by how would you do it, I'm guessing he means how would you actively encourage people to do so?
And we'll start with Mr. Whip.
Hi, Ralph. Thanks for watching. I don't think it's the role of the select board to tell people how to shop or do much of anything. Vermont's state motto is freedom and unity. We can't really tell people like what to do other than obey laws, and we're not about to institute a law that says you must shop in Brattleboro. I think that the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance and the Chamber of Commerce already do good work to promote Brattleboro. And our local businesses and our downtown is a vibrant and good place to be. I think we need to do more in order to make either the town more affordable or people's economic situations better so that they can afford to shop here.
I think it's the role of Ralph Mima to ask an energy-related question.
I think
so. Get on it, Ralph. We still got another 40 minutes. As far as the shop local thing, I don't see the select board having a distinct role in that. I think that's kind of everybody's job. Shop local, what can I say? If someone came up with an idea of what the select board might do, I would listen to it, but I don't have any ideas.
I like to shop local, but I don't like to be told what to do. So I don't think it's the select board's role. I do think it's the Chamber of Commerce's role and the Downtown Business Alliance, and they can encourage people to shop all they like. and I think it's a very nice place to shop. So I think it's just a matter of you know, the good thing to do, not necessarily being a good citizen, but the shops are nice. It's nice.
Bill?
Well, I don't think in most cases it would be the select board's role, and I'm not advocating that it would be the select board's role, but in terms of interesting ideas, I did have a conversation with a town meeting rep about the interesting / crazy idea of some kind of incentive for businesses and people to shop locally, as in a business buying their tools at Brown and Roberts versus at Walmart. Just because, and I know it's a crazy idea, but the reason it's interesting to me is that it's so much better for the town if that money is spent at Brown and Roberts. If it goes over, if it's spent at Walmart, not only are taxes not collected, but it disappears from the community. So the idea of some, I don't know how it would work, but some kind of incentive for people to spend their money locally where it goes right back into the community, and those people ideally then spend it again locally, and that money just never leaves, is a really interesting one that I need to think a lot more about.
I have an answer for that. My husband's a carpenter. He has an account at Brown and Roberts. He gets a discount.
I really want to be able to say yes, because somebody should be saying, yes, it is our role. But as the only sitting select board member up here in this group, I would say no, I don't believe that it's the select board role to encourage local shopping. However, it's definitely my personal mission, and I promote it on my Facebook page, and I talk about staying local instead of sending your dollars elsewhere. But more importantly, I really like the question, Ralph, thank you, even though it's not energy related, because I'm fascinated with the role of the select board and people's concept of what our role is as a select board. And that's a very large question that can encompass many things. David's also here, so I just wanted to acknowledge that, David Scholes. And we talk about that a little bit, but I'd love coming up in the next year, if I'm reelected, to talk about that a little bit more. Like, what is the role of town government? What should we be supporting? And what should we not be supporting and tapping into our excellent community resources instead, and bringing people to a table perhaps, but not laying out rules and stuff. I'm trying to cause a little trouble by going over my time. So.
Yes. But you're cutting into Mr. Copeland's time.
To me, the question about how to get people to shop locally rather than online is sort of like having an opinion or trying to motivate people not to buy cell phones. And can you imagine, I mean, I lived in this town where we didn't have cell phones. And nobody did. Certainly not the kind of cell phones we have now. I had to get rid of my smartphone because it was smarter than I was. And so I went back to the old flip phone. And I never buy anything online, but I know people who do. And I know this is probably not answering the question, but recently I was looking for something different, interesting, to provide as a gift to my 7-year-old grandson that lives in Guilford. And so I thought, I need to teach him chess. I don't know how to play chess. So I went and I asked the library where can I get stuff on chess. And they said, Baker's. They're having a big sale. So I went to Baker's. Dennis Baker told me to go to Walmart because he didn't have any chess or chess books. I finally did, but I didn't buy it online. And I don't know how this board has any influence on whether people use cell phones or don't, or whether they buy things from online or from local distributors. I don't know.
We have a question from the audience.
Question from the audience. Well, this audience member is, first of all, I want to thank you for coming and subjecting yourself to our questions. Certainly appreciate it. I'm Dan Jeffries. I've been a Brattleboro resident and homeowner for the last 25 years. And my question to everyone is as follows. Placing considerations of funding and enforcement aside, would you support passing an ordinance restricting every residence in Brattleboro to thermostat settings that do not exceed 65 degrees Fahrenheit?
We'll start with you, Mr. Quip.
Oh. Well, as the local climate activist, I think maybe you think I know what. I don't actually really kind of. I don't want to live in this hypothetical world of barring like what we can actually do. Like I want to live in the world of what we can actually do. So I would love for the town of Brattleboro to be able to save as much money as possible on energy and to use as little energy as possible. I don't think that the select board has any role whatsoever in enforcing what people do in their private homes. I also right now work in fuel assistance, and what I'm met with every single day is folks who are not earning enough money to be able to afford a oil delivery or a propane delivery, and that's just like a fact of their life. You know, they're on a fixed income or they're under a low income. And we definitely can do more as a state and as a region to encourage energy efficiency. And Vermont, through Efficiency Vermont and some like state legislation, already does quite well. But we have so much more work to do. The housing stock here is super old and poorly insulated. And it is also expensive to get people to insulate their homes. So we need to figure out a way to square that circle. And controlling what folks do in their private homes, I'm not interested in doing that.
Absolutely not.
You know, there's a whole industry in this town based on energy contractors and Efficiency Vermont and energy measures and so forth, and they're to be applauded. But Big Brother with a thermostat, I don't think so.
Yeah, I have to agree that I don't see how you can really leave questions of enforcement out of it, and I can't think, even if I appreciate the spirit, I can't think of an enforcement mechanism that I would find acceptable, that people would tolerate. At the end of the day, you would be talking about going into someone's house, checking where they set the thermostat, and changing it for them or fining them. I don't think that's the way to go. I think there are a lot of other steps the town can take towards encouraging. I'm going to run out of time again, but the single biggest problem with energy conservation, et cetera, in Brattleboro from a town level is that the town only has control over its buildings, its spending, its fleet of vehicles. Am I out of time? Or
Yeah.
Okay. So the biggest challenge is somehow getting into the residential and commercial areas, which the town has no control over. There are ways to do it. There are programs I've seen that would incentivize people to get audits that will show them some of the benefits, even economic benefits of weatherizing their own home, taking those kinds of steps. But I think those are the ways forward that I see.
Well, once again, I find myself wanting to be the opposition, but I have to say no as well. And I'll go a little further and say I'm also not in favor of a current question about forcing people to wear long johns and wear cool suits in the summer, which is also, I think it's before town meeting reps coming up. That's a long story. It's a poorly worded change there that some folks want to make. But I really think if you want people to conserve, you have to make it, there has to be incentives for people to turn down a thermostat, increase the energy efficiency of their homes with weatherization programs and things like that. But certainly when a thermostat is at 65 in a leaky house, it certainly isn't 65 in that house, as we all know. You know, in a modern, very tight house, it might be. But you know, we certainly couldn't go in that direction. Speaking of what's the role of town government?
I think it's an interesting question. in the sense that I certainly don't believe the town or the select board should have any influence on what temperature people should keep their homes. However, they should focus on what temperature they keep the town buildings. And I think there we could actually save some money. I think the energy efficiency in town buildings can be improved significantly. I have a friend who's a justice of the peace, and he was asked to marry someone in this room on a weekend, and he was told that don't dress too heavily because it's going to be really hot in here on Saturday. We have to keep the pipes from freezing. Well, this building is as old as most in town, but I think the energy efficiency of this building and other town buildings can be improved a lot, and we have more rights to be concerned about that than we do about homeowners, where they should keep their thermostat.
We have another question from the audience.
Hi, my name is Carl. I've lived in Brattleboro for a good 33 years or more. The first thing I want to say is I want to thank all you candidates for being here tonight. I'm really impressed with every one of you, and I think it's a tribute to our community that we can get people of your caliber to stand for office. It's really wonderful. I think we have some wonderful people in this community. To me, what I've seen in my time here is that our biggest challenge lies in precisely this area of how can we make this work? How can we pay for the things that we want to have this community provide? And you've talked about some of the possibilities, this 1% tax and so on. As a homeowner and a property tax payer, I'm glad that you're not going down the road of increasing property taxes. Whenever I have a conversation with my friends, whether they're in Colorado, New Mexico, California, wherever they are around the country, when I tell them what our house is assessed for and what our property taxes are, they're blown away. They say, my God, you got to be kidding me. Your property taxes are that high? So I think this is the area that's the challenge, maybe for Vermont at large, but certainly for our community. Particularly when we live across the river from a place that has no property tax and no sales tax.
Correction, they do have a property tax.
I'm sorry. No property tax, no income tax.
No sales and no income.
But even friends of mine in New Hampshire who have homes comparable to mine say they pay less property taxes than I do. So anyway, I think that's the issue. And to me, rather than as a default going to, okay, what tax might we create in order to fund what we want to do, maybe a better avenue to go down is how do we invigorate the business community? I don't think any of you mentioned the impact that this 1% increased tax might have on our local businesses. I'm not a business owner. Some of you are, from what I understand in your opening statements. What kind of input have you gotten from the local business community? Because these folks are up against a really difficult situation, which has just been touched upon. You know, we all buy stuff online. Let's get real, right? It's so easy to do. It's so quick now with Amazon wanting to deliver stuff by drone, and that's only going to get worse. So I worry about places like Sam's, like Brown and Roberts, like all the retail shops.
Sir, your question?
So my question is, do you have, first of all, do you have an awareness of this whole dynamic? And I'm sure you do. Secondly, do you have any thoughts on how we can improve kind of the business climate here in town? And I mean that kind of in the broadest sense of, as you probably know, all of the young people in Brattleboro, they move out of state because they can't get a job here. So there's something that's not right about this picture. And I don't know what the capacity or the function of select board members might be in this area. This is a big question. But I'd be very interested in hearing your thoughts on it. Thank you.
We'll start with you, Mr. Quick. Because I think the question was local option tax affecting businesses, of keeping young people in Vermont.
Keeping young people here, how do we energize the business community, get more business to come that will pay property taxes?
Well, so, I spend like a lot of my week downtown. I used to work from home, which really meant that I worked from like Amy's or the co-op or the library. And I think that our downtown needs to serve the people that live here, right? So what I hear from some people is, if I want to get X thing, like X useful kind of thing, unless I can get it at Brown and Roberts, mostly I gotta go over the river. I hear from some people that the Brattleboro downtown is for tourists, and certainly I've seen evidence of that being partially true. But I also think that we have a really vibrant and interesting downtown, especially if you compare it to towns of a similar size in our region. So I would like for the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance and the Chamber of Commerce to continue to do their work promoting the town, and I would encourage other Brattleboro residents to think about the relationships between how they spend their money and what happens here. So I support local businesses because I know that those people are my neighbors, and what happens to them also matters to me.
I have a secret plan to address this problem, but I'm not going to reveal it until after the election. It's a big question.
Too big.
And there are some current issues like whether to support the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance and Chamber of Commerce in their request for funding to promote Brattleboro. That's going to come up at town meeting in March. But I don't think that's a panacea by any means, and there's a lot of issues with the proposal as they put it forward. Do the taxpayers of the town want to pay agencies in town to promote the town? I don't know. That's what's coming up. That's the question. But how to solve the issue, I think that's the major question, the major sort of umbrella question facing Brattleboro at this point, is how vibrant is the town going to be, and how will it find the ways to pay for the things that it needs to pay for?
The second part of your question about getting young people to move to Brattleboro is something that's near and dear to my heart, because I would love nothing better than my adult children to come back to Brattleboro and work. But I think it's a process of, the economy is changing. Many of us here at this table work in our own businesses from home on our laptops or Amy's. And, I think that there will, in time, be more of a structure for more jobs that are completely different that we haven't thought about, and my children will come home and take those jobs. And as far as the 1%, I think that, and getting, commerce, I think it's something that behooves all of us, but I think there are people whose job it is to improve the commerce in the town, and that's the Chamber of Commerce and the DBA.
So I think that I think there's an opportunity, I touched on this a little before, I think there really is an opportunity for Brattleboro to try to attract younger people, modern businesses, and with them young families, people who will buy houses, people who will buy offices, renovate those offices, increase the value of that property, spend money downtown, etc. I worked for a couple of years at a marketing agency, not doing marketing, but I saw how it worked, and I know that marketing and promotion is often, those are empty words to people sometimes, but I think this is a case where Brattleboro, if people really understood it, if my friends who I tell about Brattleboro and they're jealous of all the, I look out my window and I see the mountains, the air is clean, there's no noise. I mean, there's noise, but not like a city. If they really understood what it was like to live here, they would move here, they would move their businesses here, but they don't. I never lived in a small town until I came here, and it's a scary proposition to someone who's never been to one. You think you are going to be, you're not going to have the infrastructure you need for your business. You think there's going to be no nightlife. You think it's going to be a very upsetting experience, and Brattleboro isn't like that. And I think if we make that known, we can make it really attractive to that kind of economic development.
Such great questions, and I have no idea where to start, and it's only a minute. You know, on the select board, we can go on, and that's why we have 4-hour meetings. So, but we don't have that time now. I just want to address one thing about the 1%, and I like to couch it in this way because people don't often think about it in this way, and I think it's important that you do. We currently pay on very select few items here in Brattleboro and all through Vermont 6% on sales tax on a very select few items, which makes it less regressive in my argument. So in order for it to have an impact on downtown, you need to think about the shopper who is okay with paying 6% and doesn't even realize they're doing it, quite frankly. But somehow when it goes to one more penny that the town of Brattleboro will get for its revenue, they suddenly will throw down the gauntlet and say, that's it, I'm going to New Hampshire. It's just not going to happen. I believe it's fear-based and not evidence-based, and I believe that we don't have another Brattleboro just over the river. We have Walmart, but you know what? People who shop at Walmart already shop at Walmart. They're not going to change their behavior. So unless we eliminate all sales tax, which isn't going to happen with this state. So I like to put it in those terms because when you think about it, there's not a lot of evidence, Art Wolf aside, that things are going to collapse downtown if we have this very important revenue source coming into Brattleboro.
And Mr. Copeland.
I think I would wish that we would bring more young families into town. They spend more money than people who are 65, 70, 75 years old and already have a closet full of clothes they bought for 30 years ago and are not going to buy anymore. They may buy a new car occasionally, but they're not going to be the big spenders, people of age. Young families are. And what young families want, they want their kids to be able to grow up with good educations. And so it worries me, as I said before, when we have 2 colleges that move out of Brattleboro. We need to make our educational system attractive and be focused on folks getting good employment, and then we need to be focused on getting our wages up so they become more attractive. I was an employment consultant for 13 years for vocational rehabilitation. I provided employment services for people with disabilities, and I was able to get 100 jobs for people every single year for 13 years. I do not believe that it's hard to get a job in this town. It does take work, but there are jobs available. They just don't pay enough.
Another question from the audience.
Hi, and so did I hear and understand correctly that you all unanimously are supporting the 1% sales tax increase?
Well, no.
Who said no, that they didn't support it?
I was vague about it.
I got the impression that you were all supporting it, and from that presentation, I'm so disappointed that although I was just running as a District 2 municipal representative, I am now writing myself in for both the Select Board 3-year and 1-year positions. My name is Ricky Rizzati, spelled R-I-K-K-I-R-I-S-A-T-T-I, and I will not support that tax, and I will offer so much more creative solutions than what I've heard tonight.
I guess that's not a question.
It's not a question, but it's a good stopping point for this to move to the final segment of this program, which is the closing statements. And since I'm feeling generous right now, and we've kept to the times quite nicely, you'll get 2 minutes rather than just 1. So you'll each have 2 minutes to speak your piece about your candidacy. And we'll begin with Mr. Copeland.
Well, first I will reiterate the fact that I feel, having received a lot of benefits from living in Brattleboro for a long time, that I feel kind of a responsibility to see that Brattleboro continues to be or becomes improved as a vibrant community from a business standpoint. I want to be a part of helping to create a better Brattleboro. That's why I'm interested in this. In terms of concerns that we haven't mentioned tonight, one of the concerns I think we should have in Brattleboro as citizens is health care, and try to get a primary provider in this town. All the doctors are leaving. I don't know whether it's because they get more money, but I suspect so. That's why most people take different jobs in different places. But it's really a problem to get a primary care provider in this town, and I think that's serious. And for young families, that would be a deterrent. High-priced childcare and difficulty in getting health care will not motivate young family members to come with children to come to this town. We need to recognize that and to do everything we can as a town to see if we can solve those problems.
Mr. Wessel.
Well, first of all, thanks everyone involved in putting this together. It's continuing to be a fun night. I love Brattleboro, and I really enjoy serving on the select board. I'd love to do it some more. I feel I'm pretty good at it, listening to different people's opinions and thinking about different ideas and moving forward in sensible but progressive ways. I wanted to just throw out that a few things that I'm excited about if I continue on the board. Some things that we haven't talked about tonight, which is Putney Road. I've been working on some safety issues on Putney Road through the Traffic Safety Committee, and the Putney Road Master Plan, if you haven't seen it yet, is an exciting living document at this point, and through the state funding and federal funding is going to come in and completely transform what Putney Road looks like, one way or another. And I think it's for the good. It's a terrific thing to look forward to. I look forward to our new Hinsdale Bridge, which I swear is coming. It's a very long time coming, and the plans for that are very exciting, and I'm super excited to see a walking bridge. Our current bridge over there next to Whitestone Station is going to be becoming a walking and biking bridge, and we're going to be able to take our feet and our bikes and our wheelchairs and everything over across the river and sort of have a new experience with the river there. So that's very exciting to sort of guide along from the board. There's a Whetstone pathway possibilities that is very exciting. I can share on my Facebook page an EPA document that's wonderful, that has some visioning of what we can do to have a pathway that continues the path right by the co-op and all the way down through some of the revitalized areas that we'll be fixing up, again, mostly with federal funds. I'd like to solidly look into municipal broadband, because no one's mentioned that tonight, but I bet you guys are angry that I just said it. And finally, 2 words, skate park. Thank you. That's well worded. Thanks.
Yeah, I'd also like to thank everyone who put this together, everyone who came, people who are watching on Facebook, sending in questions. And on that note, I'd just like to say that we talked about a lot of things tonight. There's a lot of things we didn't talk about, but even the things we did get to, you know, I've been having conversations for 2 or 3 weeks with people multiple times a day, and these are hour-long issues or longer. These are not 1-minute issues. So anyone who's still interested, I just invite you to, you know, get in touch with any of us. And I'm always willing to meet up downtown. I've driven out to strange parts of Brattleboro at 7 in the morning to meet town meeting reps before work. Every time I have one of these conversations with somebody, I just get more inspired and more energized. And this is it's cheesy, but this is the purest form of democracy. And having these individual conversations, making the individual connections, it's amazing. If I'm elected, I'm going to keep doing this. I won't be able to do it 5 days a week like I've been doing now, but I always want to hear what people have to say and have conversations, even, you know, the arguments I have about 1% sales tax at loud volume in the works this morning. Those are good too. Anyway, so thank you very much.
You know, I think the select board position could be a very, mundane job, but it's also a reflection of our values. And I think it would be very interesting to see the interplay of those two things. And I really would look forward to continuing to work for Brattleboro. I have professional experience that would be of interest, and I have a lot of volunteer experience. Also working on all those initiatives that Tim talked about, the new bridge and the Putney Road plan and the skate park. So these are all great things. The Whetstone pathway is also a very interesting plan if you're not familiar with it. And so I would really want to hear from you. I would ask for your support. I'd like to represent you, and I'd like your vote. Thank you.
That was very old school to ask. I like it. And I actually have some old school stuff here too. Look, there's this little handout thing. But I'm bridging the old school with the new school, which is to say, please, if you're interested in more, I think everybody, all of us have a Facebook page and or actual web page about us. So I've been putting a lot of stuff up on my Franz's Select Board page on Facebook. So if you're interested, please go there and you'll hear more about the types of things we've been talking about tonight. I'm very pleased to say that we have 4 good candidates for these 2 positions, and I hope everybody will think about it and choose 2 of us. I think it's going to be a great select board. I'll be happy to be on it, and if I'm not on it, well, it'll still be good. I've been on the Finance Committee. I've reviewed the budgets for years now, and I'm taking a leaf from elsewhere that says that work is love made visible, and I'm going to say that the budget is love made visible in the municipal realm. If you want to know what people really support, it's in those pages, and the Select Board puts in a lot of work on that, and it's someplace where I feel I can play a meaningful role. I also want to have people more involved. I spent a couple hours today at the River Garden talking to people about whatever they wanted to talk about. It was worthwhile. I would continue that as a select board member. I don't think people should only have access to the board at the Tuesday evening meetings. It's not much of a conversation. And I also want to say that whoever doesn't get elected to the board should be on the Finance Committee. I want a commitment from everybody because we need a strong Finance Committee, and I hope people will actually consider that seriously.
2 minutes feels like a luxury, so I'll leisurely explain what I want to say. So there were a number of things that I didn't talk about today that you can read in today's Reformer article. Thanks, Chris, and the Reformer. One of the things that I talked about in there was making a firm commitment for Brattleboro to phase out its use of fossil fuels to heat its buildings and perhaps over a probably longer time frame phase them out in its vehicles. I've worked as a climate activist for 350.org most recently on national campaigns to do exactly that. And I do that work as a volunteer with 350 Vermont. I'm also really interested in thinking about our transportation. And again, that sort of goes back to me for the fact that we have a aging population for whom accessibility is going to become increasingly an issue. And we have a population that has a significant number of low-income folks in it. And we need to do more to make our town bus network more accessible. We need to actually make it work for people to get to and from a job. When we're talking about economic development, that might be one piece of it. And the final thing that I want to leave you with is that I think we can still do more to make our town government more accessible. These Tuesday evening meetings that happen throughout the year are not accessible to many folks. And I know that current select board members and previous ones as well are open to having conversations throughout the week and wherever you find them. But we could also choose to actually take these select board meetings to other places in Brattleboro. It's not, we're not tied to the desk, I don't think, Tim. And in doing so, we could learn some things about Brattleboro that maybe don't get brought to these meetings on Tuesday evenings. So I would like you to vote for me. And if you want to find out a little bit more about me, you can go to my website, danielquip.com.
All right. For some housekeeping duties, because of course you've heard from the candidates tonight, you've heard questions from the audience, you've heard questions from Facebook, but now you probably want to know what to do about going to vote. So early voting started today. So if you want to get down to the town hall tomorrow and take out an early absentee ballot, you can do that. Stop by the town clerk's office. The town clerk's office is open 8:30 to 5 p.m. So early voting goes right through March 4th. That's Monday. 5 o'clock is the last day to get an early ballot. You can also, there's same day registration for voting in Vermont. So you can, if you show up at the polls and be registered if you're not already, although it's best to register ahead of time. And voting this year, once again, will be at the American Legion, Post 5 home at 32 Linden Street. And the polling hours will be 7 o'clock in the morning to 7 o'clock in the evening. It's a nice, accessible place. And from what I heard from Hillary Francis, the town clerk, there's been a long-term commitment to using that as the polling place for the next few years. So no more uncertainty about where to go. So March 5 is when you make your decision, and you've heard this from our candidates tonight. Thank you for being here tonight. Thank you to the panelists. Thank you to you and the viewers. And hey, there's somebody else who wants a word.
I wanted to mention, since this select board part is over, there's also...
Use that mic.
I'm David Scholes. I'm on the select board currently and on the school board, but I'm not up for election this year. There are people who are up for election on the school board. One of them is here tonight, Emily Murphy-Carr. And the library is going to sponsor a forum, I believe, at 7 o'clock on Wednesday the 25th for the school board members to have a forum. So I wanted to make sure people know about that, and also take time to talk to Emily on your way out.
Because they're not the only show in town. So get out and vote when it's time. And hey, there's another one.
About one more thing, yeah. In the bid to make town government more accessible, we also put on a couple of brown bag lunches at the River Garden to meet the candidates. I don't know if all of us will be there for both of them, but trying to be. 20th, noon at the River Garden, and the 27th.
No, 28th.
28th, thank you, noon. And you can find all this stuff on our Facebook pages and whatnot. Yep.
Okay, so there you go.
And Ben's flip phone.
That's right. I'll get email.
So on behalf of BCTV, I'm Randy Hallhead, and thank you and good night.
Why is it so hot in here?
It's kind of cold.
We are.
I'm going to call this meeting to order, and we're going to add under the road foreman's report, open truck bids. We won't make a decision on those, but we're going to open them so we can start looking at them. And with that, we have the minutes from January 30th.
I would move that we approve the minutes from the select board meeting on January 30th.
Okay, any discussion?
I'll second it.
Okay. Oh, right, okay. All right. Now, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And now we have the minutes from February 6th.
I'll move we approve the minutes from February 6th.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'll abstain.
All right. We have warrants 17 and 17P, the payroll. What would you like to do?
I'll move that we approve the warrants 17 and 17P.
I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion? Warrant 17 is for a total of $127,006.71. And of that, $100,000 is going to the Dummerston School as part of the budget for the school that's voted on at town meeting. We have some fuel payments, some salt for the roads. There were a number of tax refunds, and those were a result of the mortgage companies overpaying. We had GMP electric bills, the sheriff's monthly bill, health insurance for town employees, and our monthly rescue bill. So, any more discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. We can go down. Are there any comments from the public that anything not on the agenda? Yeah. Okay. Then we'll go on to our road foreman's report, and we have the annual MRGP annual report and fees. And we're not going to pay the fees right now, but we're just going to approve the municipal roads general permit planning report. And Lee has gone through this and certified that we are all good with this. Road erosion inventory is not complete, but it's planned to be done in July. So
I will move that we approve the MRGP annual report for the fee of $1,750.
I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion?
Do you want to just say anything about what we have to do, just as far as the road inventory and what's going to take place after that?
The road inventory, we're working with Wyndham Regional right now.
Okay.
And I would say it might be half done. Our portion is pretty much completed, but it just didn't work out with the weather coming early and those kind of things.
So what this is this is Act 64, where we're going to go and look at all our roads and identify where there's an erosion problem, and then the town is going to have to go back over the next 20 years roughly and put ditch stone and repair the ditches or repair the way they run off. Is that essentially what we're doing?
Yep.
And that's to comply with Act 64.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Okay. And then we can open these truck bids.
Good. Didn't bring my letter.
You know, I left my pocket knife at home, but you know, I do have that history of cutting bids in half, so hopefully just as well.
You gotta get you a mic, G.
You just have to wear your hearing aids. I'm almost shouting up here.
My daughter didn't buy me any batteries for Christmas.
Sure, yeah. So this is for, you're getting bids for a truck that will be voted on at town meeting.
Yes.
And this is a new dump truck and plow.
Yep, you'd be replacing one.
From
2010.
Yep. Okay.
And this does include the plow?
It has it as an option.
Okay.
We're trying to evaluate whether the plow can last another 10 years or not.
Okay.
Okay.
So do you want us to read the amounts? Or how do you want us to?
I think that we can do.
What needs to go in the minutes? Anything in particular?
We're going to let Lee take these, and the deadline was for this meeting. Lee's going to take them and look them over, and then at our next meeting.
Comment on them.
Or actually, maybe after town meeting, we'll, if it's
Yeah,
approved.
we're kind of hoping to do it next meeting, and then it's going to be in lieu of funding.
Okay.
So then we'll know the amount. The truck orders, they have to place them earlier and earlier in order to get it before next winter. So that's what they want to make sure the town is sort of committed to getting it before they order it.
All right. So, do you have amounts?
Yep. And do we want to just record who we got the bids from?
Yep.
Looks like ours are the same, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they
Patriot?
did 2 trucks.
Okay.
2 different.
Okay.
So this is from Patriot. It's a 2020 Western Star 4700 SF. And it's red. And the balance due on delivery is $142,122. And there is a used trade-in allowance of $30,000. And because Lee said it was part of what's being discussed, the plow blade is available for $5,750.
Okay. This one's also from Patriot Freightliner Western Star. The cash delivered price of it's a 2020 Freightliner model 114 SD, and the unpaid cash balance due at delivery would be $133,723. The plow blade available is the same, $5,750, and the used trade-in allowance would be $30,000.
Well, you guys got lucky because you guys sold it on a lot better than I did. I'll tell you that right now. Because this is from Tri-State Truck Center, and it's for a Freightliner 114 SD, and their price is, this customer price before, is $119,842. And if I went through all this stuff, I bet I could find a price for the plow and stuff like that, but they didn't put it on top, so. And they didn't put it on the 4th page. So I imagine when we go through it, we'll find out what that is.
So we'll bring, actually, Lee, do you want to take these or help to put them in my truck with everything else that I have? There. Okay, so we'll let you take these at the end. Okay. All right, so let's see. Well, I guess that's, anything else, Lee, you'd like to discuss?
No, the state did do a stormwater assessment on the drop inlets over in the West Village, checking the outfall for any contaminants, and everything showed everything was good there. So that was done last year, and they just got it completed.
Okay. Any other questions for Lee? Here? Okay. Let's see. Anything under correspondence for information that you'd like to discuss?
Well, why don't we'll bring up the DRB decision on the gravel pit review. So that was done back in early January, where the select board put the application in front of the DRB for an extension of the SB and the Renault sides of the gravel pit back there. It was a 50-year extension, and that also addressed a right-of-way issue off, I always forget the name of that road. Winterbell. The DRB made their decision within the past week, so they've approved that 50-year extension. So the gravel pits are now extended out 50 years with that right-of-way added to it, and it's in the appeal process right now. There's a 30-day appeal from when they issued that decision. We'll know at the end of 30 days, but there's really been no indication that anybody's going to have any problem, because the landowners who were at the DRB were actually in favor of the application to change the DRB permit. So,
And if the town does not vote in favor of purchasing the gravel pit, then this extension would then be rescinded.
Right, contingent upon the town vote.
Excuse me, I couldn't hear. I couldn't hear you, Zeke. What did you say?
I said that if the towns don't vote to purchase the gravel pit, then this decision would be rescinded.
The decision.
You can move up to the front row.
Yeah. Everybody forgot their hearing.
Or we'll move the tables closer to you.
You can speak a little louder.
So the 50-year approval is contingent upon the town passing the articles in reference to the gravel pit.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Should we go? Still have a few minutes. Anything else under correspondence for information? That correspondence for discussion action. Did everyone see the letter from Laurie regarding the changes to the notary
Yes.
regulations? She was looking for a little wisdom or guidance, but it seemed like you had a good thought.
I did. So what happened is the way the law changed, our public notaries will no longer be covered by our municipal insurance. So therefore, our notary had concerns about her own personal liability if she notarized anything. So what I had suggested is she look into a private insurance, because I think that's a very important service that we provide to the town residents. You know, even if it's something you only use once a year or something, it's just one of those things that I think is a valuable thing to provide to the residents of the town. You know, so I talked to her today. She just renewed her license. It's good until, well, her license is good for whatever the term of the license is. She's covered under our insurance until June 30th, I believe. But right now, at the State House, they're looking at trying to correct whatever they did to maybe allow notaries to be covered under municipal insurance again. But right now, VLCT, our insurance will not, or the PACAP will not cover her. It's under review, so we've got 4 months to figure out.
Upon renewal of that insurance, she's not covered, but she is covered now.
Right, because we still have it, but as of 1 July, I believe, that then she would not be covered.
Who is her?
anymore. The town clerk.
All right.
Boy, we need to get some bullhorns out here tonight.
Yeah.
Is that good?
Is that good?
Thank you.
You're good.
Yeah.
You
So-
got background noise over here and I can't hear it. Interfering with my
Yeah.
hearing aid. What?
The ones at home.
So it's a work in progress. We're hoping to still be able to provide the service, but even the private insurance we weren't able to identify anything there, but we're not going to do anything till the state tries to sort out what they've done and hopefully keep our notaries under the public insurance that we
And
have.
hopefully that'll happen before June 30th.
Correct.
We hope.
Yeah.
Yep.
Have you been in contact with our representatives to push this?
I personally have not.
You should. They're pretty good.
Mhm.
This comes out of the House Operations Committee, I believe, or Government Operations, I'm sorry.
Okay.
John Gagnon, who's the Wilmington rep,
Yep.
is the vice chair of that committee.
And that's who Lori has been in contact with. I'm not sure which one. I think I know, but I don't want to say a name because I don't want to put her on the spot. But she has been in touch, and that's why he said don't do anything until we try to get this worked out.
So we're going to recess our select board meeting and convene our informational meeting on the proposed gravel pit purchase.
So
And
I
then-
would-
Then we'll reconvene and finish our regular select board meeting. And there are some exciting things that we still have on our agenda. There's a certificate of no appeal and suit pending from the listers that I'm sure most of you have come and are waiting for. And
So-
I'd just like to announce that I won the, no,
Not
you,
yet.
you
You're a
won.
little, no.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, people might come late.
we'll get
Are we
back
not
to that.
counting late people?
Hello.
So do we need to make a motion? to-
Yes, we need a
Okay, so
motion.
I'd like to move that we recess the select board meeting and reconvene after the information meeting.
I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor? All right.
Aye.
Aye. And so.
There's
for-
chairs up here, Josh, for your guys if you'd like.
The ground rules for our informational meeting, if you raise your hand and be recognized, state your name and the town that you are from. Did everyone hear that? Okay, so state your name, Harold, and the town where you're from for our BCTV. And with that, I think, Hugh, are you going to
I'll
be the master of ceremonies here?
Did you guys ever get that going?
No.
Okay.
Did somebody talk to John about getting in touch with Joe Carroll?
Lee, did you get in touch with? Were you talking to somebody about?
Yeah, that person who came down, but then you started your meeting. Do you want me to go back down there?
Yes,
Yeah.
please.
I mean, she'll be here at 6:30, but we'll try to work around it until we can get that going. The PowerPoint. Yeah. So, okay.
We have here. How about
Yeah.
I'll
Well, that's the one. These are the spreadsheets for Dummerston, if anybody does not have one. Or if you'd want to get one from Putney and compare it, I don't know.
Yeah, I have copies of Dummerston.
Josh, do you guys want to? Okay, this is we got a pretty small crowd here to go over this. But I think what we're going to do is we've really kind of got to walk through this just as like we're going to have to read some things. We want to talk about everything because hopefully as this is filmed and people watch this, we'll gather some interest, maybe some additional questions. But I think we're kind of going to make, even though it's a small kind of intimate crowd, we're going to try to do this just like we had a packed house. We want to let everybody know. Hopefully they're going to watch on TV and help us out. Okay. So just a couple of things. We'll just do the introduction of the select boards. I'm Hugh Worden. I'm a member of the Dummerston Select Board. If you guys would please introduce yourselves.
Maria Glayback, Dummerston Select Board.
Geraldine Wilson, Dummerston Select Board.
Zeke Goodban, Dummerston Select Board.
Louis White, Dummerston Select Board.
Steve Head, Putney Select Board.
Laura Chaplin, Putney Select Board.
And Josh Laughlin, Putney Select Board. And this
Karen
is,
Astley, Town Manager, Putney.
And then
Corey.
this is Corey. He's with Stevens and Associates. His firm was the engineer. Their firm ran the engineering when this gravel pit was first opened. And Corey has been working with us as we've gone through this since last August to try to get this everything in order to present to you tonight. So just as we go through, just some things we need to do. It's an informational meeting. One good thing about this is if you have any questions, anything you can bring to us. You may discover something that we haven't thought of, but this is an informational meeting. On the 27th of February is the required meeting that meets the statutory requirement prior to town meeting because this is going to be done by an Australian ballot. So we will have another meeting. That won't be a joint meeting. I believe Putney's doing the same thing on the 27th.
Yep.
So any questions you have, you can bring back to your select boards on the 27th at that final meeting that we have. Just some things for tonight. We're going to try to get this PowerPoint going. Corey is going to present some information on the gravel pit. We may have to kind of just swing back around to that until we can get the computer unlocked to do that. And then we're also going to introduce the articles. So we have 3 articles that are going to be that go along with the gravel pit. So I'd like to read those actually, just so they're on the TV, so people can have them. And then as of today, our first of 3 required warnings was in the newspaper, The Commons. And you can actually see a sample ballot, so what you'll see when you go into the voting booth on March 5th, unless you vote early.
Yes.
What else we got? I don't think we're going to go over a lengthy meeting with the crowd we have here, so we won't set that one. If you do ask a question, just please identify yourself and what town that you are from as well. Okay, Corey, I can go on a little further if you want to.
That would be good, because my prompt is my slideshow.
Okay.
So
Got it.
I would
We'll come
prefer
back.
to have those slides.
All right. So when we do work through this, when we do turn it over to Corey, he's going to go through the history of the gravel pit. He's going to talk about the quantity of it, the method of extraction. He'll give you an update on the permitting status. And he's going to touch on, these are the spreadsheets. Both towns, the dollar amounts on these spreadsheets belong to your specific town. Any drawdown of material would be both towns. So any dollar amount you see, that's just your town's budget. But if you see as you see the material being extracted, then that is both towns' material extraction. So does that make sense? Yes.
Are the town's figures the same?
No. We'll come back to that. Okay, we'll come back to that, okay? So, and then after, hopefully we get Corey in there, and then I've got some other town comments to go. But with that, you guys mind if I sit down?
I can hear you.
Well, that's kind of why I stood up, because I really didn't want to get yelled at anymore. So we're going to have 3 articles, and is Putney having 3 articles as well on yours? We have the vote, Australian ballot. We have the initial payment, which we're actually probably not going to have one.
We don't have that.
Okay, and then we have the interlocal agreement.
Yes.
In there, so. If I trail off, just say something, I'll speak back up. So the Dummerston voters in the Putney, ours is Article 2?
Ours is Article
8, okay. So what you're gonna walk in, but the verbiage that you're gonna see is exactly the same between the 2 towns. And I'm gonna read this for the folks on the TV, wherever I say Dummerston, just insert Putney, if that's okay. Or we can read it twice if you'd like, but you can. So the explanation of the article: the town of Dummerston seeks voter approval to incur bonded indebtedness for the purpose of financing the joint purchase with the town of Putney of 32-acre plus or minus Renault gravel pit in the town of Dummerston for the purpose of extraction of gravel for use in constructing and maintaining their highways and other lawful purposes, for the purchase price not to exceed $2 million, shared equally with each town paying $1 million towards the amount of purchase. The question to be voted on will be as follows, and this is what you'll see in the ballot booth. Shall the general obligation bonds or notes of the town of Dummerston in the amount not to exceed $1 million, bearing the interest at a rate not to exceed 4.25% for a term not to exceed 25 years, be issued for the purpose of purchasing the 32-acre plus or minus Renault gravel pit in Dummerston, Vermont, jointly with the town of Putney? If you're in favor of this, mark the box X. If you are opposed, mark the box no. That will be done by Australian ballot at town meeting day. For Dummerston, Article 3, in the event that Article 2 passes, shall the voters authorize the select board to pay the first year repayment on the bond or notes from the capital fund not to exceed $50,000. And then Article 4, in the event that Article 2 passes, shall the voters authorize the select board to enter into an interlocal agreement with the town of Putney to own and operate the 32-acre plus or minus gravel pit in the town of Dummerston, currently known as the Renault gravel pit, for the purpose of extraction of gravel for the town's use in constructing and maintaining their highways and other lawful purposes. Those are the articles that will be presented at town meeting. Nothing?
Well,
all right.
I can do my best to wing it using that site plan.
Okay.
But I had 8 slides that I think will be valuable.
Well, I could jump into.
So what time is it? Are we really expecting the person with the password back here in 5 minutes?
Joe Carroll said she'd be here at 6:30.
Yeah. So I'd just like to say that as far as the history of this is concerned, some of you may know, but Mike Renaud approached well, initially, I think it came through Lee and or Brian, sort of alongside. Brian is our highway superintendent in Putney. Mike was interested in selling this parcel to the town.
Make your computer easier to use. Windows will read and scan this list automatically.
I don't think that was the button.
You could hear that.
And and this is a combination of what was initially known as the Moore Pit years ago, which then became the SB Pit, operated by Zaluzny but owned by Tim Severance and somebody else, I can't remember. There you go. And then when Mike Renaud bought Hidden Acres, that included an adjacent pit that had not been permitted. The two towns together went in. Mike approached us maybe even before he purchased it, or I think just after he purchased the Hidden Acres, to involve the towns in the Act 250 permitting process and in having a contract with the towns to purchase a certain amount of gravel and sand from him over a certain period of time. Mike, that was developed, and the towns actually, each of the towns put in about $75,000 initially, and this was, probably 8 years ago now, I would guess, to develop, to get the Act 250 permits in place, et cetera. And Mike did all the paperwork in that process, but we did most of the financial support for that. He has since, as most of you know, sold the Hidden Acres campground, but developed the pit that is now known as the Renaud Pit, and is accessible from, you go through the ABF truck depot lot to get down into that side of the pit. There is also access from Winterbell Drive, which comes in from the north side, which was the original access to the SB pit and or earlier on the Moore Pit. But Mike approached the towns. This is a discount price. I have heard rumor, this is strictly anecdotal, I have heard rumor that Mike had been offered more for the pit by larger contractors, but he really wanted the towns to have it to ensure their access to gravel and a sort of sustained supply over time. So just a little bit of history.
Yep. And picking up on that, so when we were approached, about last August, we were approached to start working on this. So you probably, if you watched the meetings, we talked about this throughout the meetings. It was a real estate deal. We were trying to get everything as close to in order as we could and get it out publicly as soon as we could. And I think we did that publicly in December to try to get the purchase price out, to try to generate some interest in the gravel pit itself. So since then, we've been working with the attorneys for Putney, the attorneys for Dummerston, Stevens and Associates, and then the two select boards. One of the things we did, and when Corey gets up or starts getting, we did a survey to look at how much material was still in the pit, just to have an outside source look at it and give us, we call it a surface survey. Is that, what kind of survey did you?
We did a site visit, some field measurements.
Okay. And then based on that, once we got that in, then we started really in earnest trying to develop how to go forward. So where we stand right now is between Dummerston and Putney. We have essentially a final purchase and sales agreement, which just outlines the real estate transaction. That will hopefully be inked on the 27th of February, and of course it's contingent upon the votes at town meeting as well. The other thing, what I mentioned in the article, the interlocal agreement that we have to work on, that's kind of the nuts and bolts of how the towns will work together. Now, we've been working together on the Carpenter Pit, which is a sand pit off Route 5, for how long, do you think?
13 years, I would guess.
Yeah.
Something like that.
So I think we have a fairly established record of working between Putney and Dummerston in a joint operation for getting material out. And I think that's worked well. We use that as, even though that's a pretty simplified agreement, we use that as kind of the foundation to build off the interlocal agreement. which is governed by multiple statutes. So the two attorneys have been working on that. We've got our first draft of that. But what that outlines is how much material we each extract, how we record it, who's going to take care of any reporting requirements that we have, and it's kind of the details of the day-to-day operation of the pit, and then how we reconcile things, as we go down through the years. To include, if one town wants to, get out of the pit, first right of refusal to the other town, and then it can move on. So there's methods of selling the pit if we need to do that. Do you have anything, Josh, on that one? Or Karen, anything?
No, you covered it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do you want to go off that, or do you want me to try to keep going?
No, I can start at this point. I booted up my own laptop, so
okay.
I'm sorry nobody else can see the slides, but at least I can.
Okay. I'm going to turn it over to Corey, and like I said, he's got the history, the quantity, permitting, sequence of extraction, and take it from there. Thank you, Corey.
Corey Frazee with Stevens and Associates.
Corey, can you project a little louder, please?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You bet. Corey Frazee with Stevens and Associates. I first worked with the towns of Dummerston and Putney on the Carpenter Pit, which is south of what we call the Renault pits, in 2005. And I've been working with the towns on these two gravel pits since 2010. So I've been asked to walk you through some history of these gravel pits. I will introduce some of the material quantities and the spreadsheet, as we call it, which talks about the cost. Those questions should be directed more to the town representatives. And then Lee Chamberlain is here, who's the Dummerston Road Foreman, who I've talked to and has, we may be asking questions of him with regards to the operation. So I'll try to be brief, walk you through this in 10 minutes, and then you're here because you have questions, which we'll try and get to quickly. So the gravel pits, as they mentioned, are the old Moore gravel pit or SB Lands gravel pit, which is accessed off of Dummerston Station Road, which is shown here, and Winterbell Drive comes into the old Moore pit, and then the Hidden Acres pit, or the Renault pit, is 17 acres of what used to be the Hidden Acres campground parcel. And so I think those are two good milestones for people to get their bearings. The Hidden Acres campground, and then off of Dummerston Station Road. Access to the Hidden Acres pit comes through the ABF trucking facility, which Renault Brothers also owns, but which will not be transferred as part of this sale, correct?
It is transferred. It is in the purchase and sale.
The easement is transferred.
Oh, I'm sorry, the access to it.
So an access easement will be maintained through ABF trucking to access the gravel pits, as well as Winterbell Drive continuing to be an access. The SB Lands, or the Moore pit, is approximately 16 acres, and the parcel that was subdivided off of Hidden Acres, that is the Hidden Acres pit, is approximately 17 acres. The Moore pit goes back decades, as I understand it. That gravel pit, from my observations and from talking to the road foremen who operate the pit, there is not gravel and sand left in that pit. That is primarily a ledge product that's on the old Moore pit. Excavation has started across the common boundary line into the Hidden Acres property somewhat. We focused our efforts on quantity calculations of what remains in the Hidden Acres pit, and I'll walk you through those quantities in a second. Touch briefly on permitting. Both parcels are under Act 250 permitting, which is a state land use permit. Act 250 would remain with the towns purchasing the property. It has requirements on it, conditions associated with it, but it runs with the land. There is not an expiration date. The Moore pit, or SB Lands pit, is permitted for 30,000 yards per year at the state level. The Hidden Acres property is permitted for an additional 30,000 cubic yards per year. There are yearly requirements associated with that Act 250 permit that we have been asked, Stevens and Associates, but the owners have to, on a yearly basis, review this operation of the pit and make sure that all conditions are being complied with. There's also local DRB or local zoning approvals for both parcels, and as Hugh alluded to, the DRB application was submitted in January and the decision was recently approved. It's in an appeal period right now for a 50-year extension. That permit initially had a timeline associated with it. A 50-year extension has been approved if the towns purchase the gravel pits. Those two conditions go hand in hand. So there would be a 50-year extension for extraction of material from both of these pits. The needed quantity from each town is 5,000 cubic yards of gravel for Dummerston and 4,000 cubic yards of sand for Dummerston, and then 5,000 cubic yards of gravel for Putney and 4,000 cubic yards of sand from Putney. Again, the Carpenter Pit, which is a little bit south of this, is providing all of the sand. So as we get into the quantities and the cost and the expense for purchasing this property, sand will not be coming out of these gravel pits initially. It'll come out of the Carpenter Pit until there's no sand left in the Carpenter Pit. So quick quantity, the quantity of materials available. We were hired last fall. We used the historical data that we have from working on the pit over the last 8 years. We also did 2 site visits, took many field measurements, and we came up with the following quantities of material that are left, again, just on the Hidden Acres portion of the property. 4,000 cubic yards of topsoil, approximately 1,000 cubic yards of gravel, approximately 100,000 cubic yards of gravel, 200,000 cubic yards of sand, and 400,000 cubic yards of ledge. In addition to that, when we were at the site, speaking with representatives from Renault, talking to the town road foreman and our own observations, there was approximately 90,000 cubic yards of additional material that was stockpiled around the site. All told, that is 794,000 cubic yards. And due to the information available and the extent of our work, we said that was plus or minus 15%. So there is a range associated with that. We did try to be conservative in those estimates. I know that was a lot of numbers. I think the thing to point out is that there is a lot of ledge on the property. You can see ledge at the surface elevation along the property. There's a ridge, and we did borings in 2010, and so we can see that the ledge slopes off as you go towards I-91, and if we get PowerPoint up and working, I've got a cross section. I can show you that if you have questions. But approximately half the material that we estimate is remaining is ledge, about 400,000 cubic yards. A rough estimate of the ledge on the old Moore pit is 200,000 cubic yards. That ledge is very inconsistent. It's not an easy surface for us to take field measurements and estimate. Many people have taken a crack at estimating what that quantity is. I think 200,000 cubic yards is a conservative number. And this one's gone blank now too. So the way that the pit is likely to be utilized by the towns, and again, this comes from conversations with Lee, so Lee, jump in if you want to clarify something. I think I misstep on this one, all right? There will be a strategic approach to utilizing the material so that it, A, is the best product available for the towns to use. There's a combination of materials the town uses. They use large riprap for lining ditches. They use bank run gravel. They use a crushed gravel material for maintaining roads, and then of course they use sand in the winter. So there is a crushing of gravel that can happen. There is a screening of sand that can happen. Again, that sand is currently coming from the Carpenter pit, but eventually that operation would move to this pit. We're looking at more than 70 years worth of material. The Carpenter pit has about 12 to 14 years worth of sand left in it. So while it may seem like a long ways away until there's sand here, when we're talking about 70 years, the last 50 plus years, the sand would be coming out of this pit. So the top 15 feet of material on the Hidden Acres property is a good usable gravel, and then we get into sand that isn't well suited for road repairs but would be a good winter sand. In addition to that, we have almost half the material being ledge that slopes off on this side of the pit. So there will be blasting on an intermittent basis. That ledge will be crushed into a material and mixed with the gravel, which will extend the life of the usable gravel for the towns. Anything to add to that? Okay.
The one thing I would add, Corey,
Yeah.
is just that these conversations have also included consistently Brian Harlow in the estimating process and in the extraction process. So
Yep, that's right. And
hasn't been
Brian and Lee met with me at the site a couple times. So, at risk of getting myself involved in the money part of this conversation, there are spreadsheets available as you walk in, or they are available. They represent the same quantities and costs for Dummerston and Putney. The only difference is when you get into, we call it the tax basis? Okay. So, again, more than 70 years worth of material. There are costs associated with the town operating the pit, hiring a crushing operation to come in and crush the gravel. And those costs will vary based on a couple different things. When the Carpenter pit closes, that operation will move onto this property, and the town will save additional money because they won't be paying the lease, the towns, they won't be paying the lease to the Carpenters anymore. The second significant difference in cost is the cost of processing the ledge. So there is a cost associated with blasting the ledge, and initially that ledge will be processed and mixed with the gravel to extend the life of the gravel, but at some point that gravel will go away and the product will be an all ledge product, which in my opinion is going to be more common as the years go by and we start to run out of this important resource. So I think the town is well positioned. Renault is already processing ledge successfully to make gravel on this property because there is such an abundance of ledge on particularly the Moore pit. Like I said, there's not sand and gravels available on the Moore pit at this point. So there is an increase in cost when you go to an all ledge product. Let's see, quick overview. There is also a column, and it says note 4, note 5 at the top, and that's the comparison column. That's the budget without purchasing the pit. So that takes into account a continued leased price from Renault, and then at some point, this gravel pit would run out. And it's important to note that together, there's 60,000 yards coming out of this gravel pit every year. And the combined need of the towns is initially 10,000 yards just for the gravel. And then after 13 years when the Carpenter pit closes, it goes up by the quantity of the sand, and it's a combined 18,000 cubic yards per year. So it's going to last a lot longer. And if the pit isn't purchased, then this pit will close altogether sooner. and you would be buying gravel from another source at a commercial price. It uses a 3% inflation rate, and the significant price jumps are in year 6, I believe it is, 2025. You'll see a price jump. It's highlighted in yellow because it would be an all-ledge product if the pit wasn't purchased and it continued to operate as a commercial pit. And then in 2033, this is a key year because several things happen. The Carpenter pit closes. The sand is estimated to be exhausted out of the Carpenter pit in 2033. And so you will see that the comparison price jumps again, and that cell is highlighted yellow, because it would be a commercial purchase of sand at that point from another source. And you will see that that swings significantly on the net increase or decrease. So that is, I believe, year 14, and that's the year that the town would see the first savings from this project. I'm almost done. That would continue for another, do math in my head, 9 years, and then in 2042, which must be year 23, that's when there is a net gain from the project based on these estimates. So it's 14 years until there's a recognized savings, and then another 9 years until it's a net savings.
Corey, just while you're on that column, the reason that, maybe you already have it, the reason that next one down is highlighted in red, that if the pit stays a commercial operation, that's the year, with the estimates we have, that pit would close. There'd be no more material left in the pit whatsoever if it stays a commercial operation.
Thank you. So I was going to turn it over to Hugh or Josh if you had more detail to go through, but you had a question. Is it okay to take a question
I did
now?
have a question on this one that's highlighted
Can
yellow.
you state your name and the
yes.
town where you're from?
Jody Normando, Dummerston.
I
Jody Normando, Dummerston.
Okay, thank you.
Usually I don't have any trouble with anybody hearing me. I was questioning what you said with the jump to 165,000 in yellow in year 14 because we'd be out of sand. But I thought you were saying that we would get the sand from the Hidden Acres pit.
Good clarification. So the Carpenter pit is out of sand. So this column is a comparison column. If the pit, if the Moore/Renault pit is not purchased, right?
Okay.
You would continue to have the Carpenter sand for another 13 years, but then at some point you'd be buying sand commercially.
Okay. Too many columns here.
Yes.
I don't know. We try to make it as simple as we could,
Yeah.
and it's hard.
You should have seen my spreadsheet.
So without just to beat that one up, so that big jump, I think that's going to draw everybody's attention. Actually, Corey, you have more?
No, I'm actually, this is where I was going to turn it over to you guys for the financial part.
Go ahead,
I
Paul.
had a question for Corey.
Can you state your name and the town?
Sorry, Paul Normando from Dummerston. Corey, you mentioned 60,000, I think you mentioned 60,000 yards of bank run gravel, and the spreadsheet shows 100,000. And I was wondering what the difference was.
Sure.
Besides
So, and again, I apologize. I had a slide with my memo that I was hoping to share with you folks. There is approximately 100,000 cubic yards of gravel estimated remaining on the Hidden Acres pit, and that is approximately the top 15 feet. The towns have done some test bits out on the site. The permitted extraction is the 60,000. So this, the Moore pit and the Hidden Acres pit are each permitted to take 30,000 yards a year out. So if this stays in commercial operation, the combined extraction rate is 60,000 yards. So if there is 800,000 yards of material left, at 60,000 yards per year, it's about 12 years until that pit is out of material. So that's the 60,000 I was referring to. Does that clarify it?
Would that mean that they'd have to get an extension on the Act 250 permit to get the other 40,000 yards?
No.
No, the 100,000 is a total quantity left,
Right.
and the 60,000 is an annual extraction rate.
Right now.
Yes.
So what they're doing,
Okay.
Paul, is they're mixing ledge.
All right.
Okay?
I got you. Thank
Yep,
you.
Yep. So what I would think about is I would add this 100,000 and this 600,000 in ledge,
Yeah.
and you got 700,000 in material that they're. Am I right, Lee? They're currently blasting that ledge and mixing it in just like you're talking about doing.
Right.
Yeah, the only thing I would correct about that, Corey, is that they won't be able to continue to pull, because it's 30,000 per permitted pit. So when the ledge on the SB pit was exhausted, they would be limited to taking out 30,000 per year from the Hidden Acres pit or the Renault pit. But that's, you've got 200,000 plus yards on the SB pit.
People think I'm low, but
yeah. So you know, they'd be able to take 60 out for the next 7 years-ish, 8 years, and then it would drop to 30,000 a year. But still, in that time frame, it would exhaust that pretty dramatically. The other thing is that, as far as the towns are concerned, one of the most valuable resources for us in the short run is both that sand and gravel that's there, which are sand and bank run gravel, which would be exhausted even more quickly because that's a desirable product at a better price, so that's going to go out of there faster if he keeps running it as a commercial entity.
And we did project that exact thing in the spreadsheet.
Right.
So.
Yeah. I think actually, Corey, you really hit all the points. I was going to concentrate on the columns off to the right, but just look at your notes on the back. Just don't forget to look at your notes on the back. There's the, as you take this home and look at it, there's the town's use. That's per town, 5,000 yards of gravel, 4,000 yards of sand per year. All dollar costs are for the individual town, but the material shows a combined drawdown. The one column off to the left of the administrative costs, that's for the that's just a $20 increase a year, but that's for the operation and maintenance, the Port of John. We have several reports that we have to do each year that we plan on doing in-house, and that will be part of the interlocal agreement. And then the question came up yesterday, the reclamation. We already have a reclamation fund, and then money continues to go into the reclamation savings, although understandably the north side of the pit has already been reclaimed, and there really won't be any additional reclamation for potentially 70 years plus on that. The rest of the notes just go down and correspond with the columns, and you can look at those at your leisure when you're home. I'm going to reiterate a couple of the columns. Just at the very top, if you look up about, I don't know, 2/3 of the way to the right, there is a column there that says total budget with purchase of gravel pit, and right next to it says projected budget without the purchase of the pit. And then just to the right of that is the delta. So that's either the increase or the decrease in our town's budget, and this is for Dummerston. So as you can see, you go down to that first if you go under projected budget without pit, you go down to that first highlight that Corey mentioned. That's where the commercial pit would have exhausted all that easily gotten bank run gravel, and they're going to go to a 100% ledge product. And that's why you see that significant jump in the projected budget without the purchase of the pit. If you follow that down to the next highlighted one, that's a 3% increase below that until that next very large jump of the 165,870. That corresponds once again to the Carpenter pit sand being exhausted, and if we had to commercially purchase sand, the estimated cost per yard at that year is $16.15 a yard. So just for town of Dummerston, it'd be the same for Putney. That would be a $64,600 sand budget alone moving to a commercially purchased sand product. That's why you see that large jump. If you want the math, you just go above that. You have the 118,949. You would subtract, go to your left, and you see the 17,679. That's what's already in our budget. So subtract that from the 118, what you get there, then add the 64,600, and that's how you come up with that budget of 165,000. Then as you go down to the green line, that corresponds to where we have a net, I don't want to call it a profit. What's the right term?
It's a break even, really, on the purchase of the pit.
We've paid that. We're broke even on the pit, even though we still have a couple of 3 years left of payments on it. That red box I mentioned earlier, if we do nothing, that's the estimated time that we will be looking for other sources of material, both gravel and sand, which would correspond to additional trucking costs, labor costs. I only used, as we talked about this, that column continues with a standard 3% CPI increase, but honestly that 216 is probably a low number because we would now be trucking material from an unknown source at this point. So, and then if you look to the right, these numbers, you can see there's tax increases. You'll have additional tax increases for the first 13 years, and then your tax rate is based on today's dollars and today's grand list. Even though it shows an inflation in all the costs, your taxes would start going down. Just know that that tax is only predicated on highway material, nothing else, just highway material. So don't think that everything's going to go down automatically for you. This is just the material budget. Okay. So I'm going to let me hit a couple more things, and then we'll open to questions. But so as we looked at this, and I know when we first brought this up in the board, we heard that dollar amount. There was a lot of deep breaths taken. But as you start really breaking this down to the cost, and if you look at the material available in this gravel pit, we're trying to ensure a couple things. We can stabilize our budgets because we own the material. We're no longer subject to market increases. And as Corey mentioned, he thinks ledge products are going to become, I guess, more prevalent. I guess we are establishing our own source for not only us, but for whoever comes behind us in this town. We're looking towards the future, I believe. We have, 52 miles of dirt road that we're going to continue to maintain. I don't think we're going to lose any of that road, and I don't think we're going to pave that road. Nobody can see the future, but we're establishing a source to ensure that our town and Putney has the material they need to take care of their stuff. We talked about, if you were here for the select board meeting, we talked about that municipal road permit. As we go through our town, we're going to have significant erosion areas where we need to start getting ditch stone, which is very expensive, to start putting into these roads to come up in compliance with the state permits. We're going to own that material. We're going to blast it. They can pick the size of rock that you need to put into the ditches. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then you can ditch it. So that's another unknown cost yet, because we have not done our road survey. And I can't predict how many miles of road we're going to have to ditch line with stone, but it's going to be an expensive endeavor to come up with as we go through this. You got the 15-year recognized budget savings, and then 23 years to see the net savings on it. So going forward, so we'll take this to the, please, we didn't get a large crowd, so I hope we've kind of shown you the wisdom of this, but you got to spread the word for us and help us out, because it's hard to get the word out on what we're doing. And if you just show up, in the polling booth and you're not really sure what's going on, I don't know, you're going to be like, oh, those guys were smart and they were taken out, and you're going to say yes, or you're going to be like, that's a big number, and I'm going to say no. So I'm hoping you're going to be the former if you show. We have the purchase and sales we talked about. We should be finalizing that on the 27th if you come to the next meeting prior to town meeting. The interlocal is in the initial draft. And then if these 3 articles for Dummerston and 2 for Putney pass, then the steps forward of that are we retain the bonding attorneys. It is a very in-depth, so nothing's guaranteed just yet, but Once we have the voter approval, then we can go to the bonding agencies, attorneys, to establish our package, establish, hopefully our credit, and then that will be presented to the bond bank, and they'll make a decision. And ideally, we would close this in the month of August, take possession of it, and then start recognizing the savings that we've hopefully presented to you tonight. Josh, do you have anything from?
I would just add that as far as that not being a sure thing with the bond bank, the attorney for the bond organization has reviewed this also and has approved of how it has been presented by our attorneys. So as Hugh said, there's no guarantee, but we have taken the proactive steps of presenting it to the people who would be reviewing it in the future, and they have said, yes, this is done properly. So they could turn us down, but it seems, at that point, it seems like it would be pretty unlikely.
Yes.
Jody Normando, Dummerston. I know that we all spent this $75,000 or whatever it was each. And Corey, you mentioned something in your spiel about, for that we had the right to purchase the gravel. Now, does that mean that we got our $75,000 or whatever it was back in the price that we were paying for the gravel? Or just the right to purchase it at their price?
Speak to that. We got a discounted price.
You have it discounted?
Yes.
And have enjoyed that discount for whatever it's been, 7 years now, 6 or 7 years. I personally have not seen the numbers on that, Jody, as far as where we came out on that. But the price that we've been paying for gravel from the Renaud pit is significantly discounted. And even if this pit were to sell to somebody else, that price would be carried with the pit until the pit is exhausted of the material that we would want to purchase from them.
The discounted price?
The discounted price.
Well, Lee, do you want to address that discounted price?
Yes, we do get a discount on it right now.
Yes.
And when the material changes from gravel to ledge, of course, the price goes up.
Yes.
But it's still discounted from other towns' purchasing material.
So we still be guaranteed that discount?
Even if somebody else purchased it, but if somebody else purchased it, it's going to be exhausted much quicker, as we've talked about.
Because they sell commercially.
Exactly. So, I don't know that we've recouped that full $75,000. What it did is it gave us a guarantee of a good price over a certain period of time. I don't know, that's an interesting question. I will try and find
Yeah,
out.
because with that, plus the $2 million, it seems like an awful lot of money being spent, and that's my concern. So that's why I asked that question.
Yeah, I think we need to dig that a little more, because we had we had a very good price after we opened the gravel pit with the permitting, but as that product has gone to a mixed ledge product, our pricing that we're paying is much closer to a commercially purchased. So I think our advantage is less now, significantly less than it was.
And
when
the
we
first 5
opened
years, we had a
right, we had a guaranteed price for 5 years,
and then it went
which
up.
was significantly discounted, and now we're almost up to a commercial price.
What is the commercial price?
It's 10 and change right now.
1050 is what we're paying right
We started off-
1050 is what we're
We
paying,
are
but if we were to go to Cold River, for example, in Walpole, closer to 14, I think.
Yeah, probably.
Somewhere.
I don't even think they have gravel up there anymore.
Sir Sosimo.
One of my slides was Sir Sosimo's rate sheet, so I can pull that up if you'd like to know.
It just, I'm interested.
Initially, I think we were paying $350 a yard.
A yard.
Yep. Plus,
that was
plus
just for
the
straight
crushing.
bank run, I think.
Yeah.
Right, exactly.
Yes.
Yes.
Crushing. So it would be like 750, no, 8.
Which brings me to the question of why aren't we crushing anymore ourselves?
Because they are having to mix. It's one thing when you just take it out of the bank and put it in the crusher, but they have to bring it from all areas of the pit to make the gravel. And that's where you get the increase.
We haven't crushed ourselves for a long time. The towns of Putney and Dummerston used to own a crusher together I want to say it was before we even opened the Carpenter pit or about the time that we opened the Carpenter pit, that crusher had lived its useful life and had to be gotten rid of. So we haven't been crushing stone for a long time. The other thing is that just the nature of the material that you're crushing in this yard compared to, it's one thing to take bank run and run it through a crusher. You only need to be able to run stuff up to 4 inches or whatever, and it crushes it. When you're blasting ledge and then crushing it, you're taking big aggregate and smashing it down to teeny little pieces, and it's much more expensive. It goes from $4 or $5 a yard for bank run crushing to more like $10 a yard for ledge crushing. That's my recollection. But
$12.50 is a comparable price for crushed gravel.
Okay.
At a commercial pit.
That's crushed gravel in the pit.
Yep, that's right. Still have to truck it.
Exactly. So, for example, with Sosimo, that pit is located.
Oh, I'm sorry. They have 4 different ones.
Yeah.
It's the same price. Yeah.
But any one of them is
That's
at
right.
least a 10-mile
Down to
travel
Westchester.
for us, exactly.
Vernon will probably be.
Yeah, I mean, Zaluzny has a pit in Brattleboro also, which we could purchase from, but same, I would guess it's the same price. The one other thing I wanted to comment on is that the ledge, and this is not that important for us, well, in some ways it is, but that ledge has all been certified by the state to be used for the purposes that we want to be able to use it for. There are certain types of ledge that would not pass that certification. For example, this project that's going to be coming up where we have to improve our drainage on all our roads, we would have to use state certified riprap in order to do that. This material is certified for that purpose. Otherwise, we'd have to be going to somebody who was getting their material certified in order for us to be able to use it. So just an additional sort of benefit of this material having been approved for that purpose.
Claudia Teachman, Dummerston. So you're hoping that the purchase goes through, if everything gets voted on, et cetera, by the end of August. Between now and you're quoting available materials in the pit, what's available now. Is there a cap on what Renault can pull out before August? Because he could pull his 60,000 yards out by August.
Well, I'm not sure that's a good question. I'm not sure whether it's an annual draw, you're right, but I'm not sure whether he's limited to a monthly quantity. That's also the 2 pits. So, yes, potentially he could take 60,000 yards out of there between now and August if it's not a monthly thing. We have a sort of reasonable gentleman's agreement that he's not going to go crazy on it, but we can't.
I think there is a limit on trucks
per period of time.
Per day, so.
So it probably wouldn't get to the 60 between, you're only in month 8 of the
But the
calendar year.
that's quoted here could be significantly reduced.
There's 90,000 yards of stockpiles, which is probably what he would be drawing on. So
And that's not counted in this?
it's a different, I believe that's a different note, isn't it, Corey, on your sheet? Or did you add that in?
Corey, that 90.
Oh, I'm looking at your spreadsheet, because
I just
your
used the.
spreadsheet does not include the
It does
90,000
not.
that's stockpiled.
No, I didn't put that in there because I didn't know what he would be doing. Now, our agreement, our purchase and sales agreement, it's worded that no new contract, once we sign it, this is why I want to sign it, he can't enter into anything new. He can run it as an established operation in past practice. So whatever he's been drawing, he could do that. He can't like now make a run for, in theory, he can't make a run for the 60,000 by August if he's not on track to do that.
And the signed,
Well,
has to be after March, after town meeting?
No, we can sign the purchase and sales prior to that. We have the legal authority to sign that, but it would become null and void if the voters didn't vote it down. But we have the ability to enter into an intended agreement with him. That's why we're trying to get it taken care of. We're at the final version of it, but once we ink that, then we've kind of established the path forward to get us to the final closing.
And that agreement contains the easement Across the ABF property?
It allows us, I probably misspoke, it allows us access through ABF trucking, yes. Yep, it's in there. It was a point, Mike was very good about that, you know, he and I talked a couple times, and he agreed to include that in there. So, yep. Jean?
Jean Newell, Emerson. I'm just checking to see if you had a professional appraisal done.
Other than the material, that's what we've had done. We've looked at how much material. You can look at the sand alone, based on the value of it, is worth more than we're paying for the pit.
I just know of those 34 acres or 33 acres are appraised at now.
That's the lister's appraisal, but the value of the material in there is much higher than what we'll be.
So, do you have something like that in your purchase and sale agreement? About the quantity in there, or is that just dollar amounts?
No, there's nothing in the purchase and sales on quantity. I mean, that's why we had an outside source come in and provide us with that kind of a separate, you know, we had the road foreman's estimate on it, but we brought the engineering firm in to look at the materials so we could then kind of do the business plan on and the cost analysis of owning the pit and comparing if we were buying commercially sourced material or if we own the material. So as far as an appraisal on the land, we didn't do that. I'm looking at the material we're going to extract from the pit and the value of that. That's where the value of the 32 acres.
I mean, you know why I'm asking, because when this happens in the lister's department, is something going to change. How is that going to work?
Well, I guess when the listers, because the buildings are going to stay with.
Right,
Yeah,
yes, but the appraisal, there is an appraisal on the land itself.
And then once we get that appraisal and the listers determine the appraisal of that, and then we determine the tax rate, the Dummerston voters are going to absorb half of that.
I know that.
And Putney is going to get a tax bill for the other half.
Mm-hmm. But what that appraisal will be on is to be seen.
But it should be less than it is now.
Yeah, I think
it should be a lot less than it is now.
We can't put an appraisal on it of $2 million.
No.
No,
We expect that, you know, because you can't do that.
It should be appraised for
But-
significantly less than it's appraised for now.
I mean, we're gonna have to get some help.
Sure, it's a
from-
hole in the ground
from the,
right now.
Yeah.
Advisors.
And we would appeal that if you did.
Oh dear, better not sign that paper then.
Yes.
I think I was
Can you
reading-
say your name and town?
Oh, Suzanne Weinberg, Dummerston. I think I was reading between the lines that a different company is going to come in to do things like the blasting and the crushing and stuff like that. Is that a correct, did I hear that
Yes.
correctly? So is it also fair to assume that there's not going to be more wear and tear on any Dummerston or Putney machinery or vehicles or things like that than there already is now?
Lee, do you want to
And
address
if
that?
there is, has that been taken into account in the costs?
We think we've covered that, but Lee?
I believe we can do it with our equipment we have now, and on our regular rotation of our equipment.
So it won't be, so there won't be more fuel costs or more wear and tear?
Right, there might be a little bit more loader cost, but you'll save that on the truck-in if you had to go somewhere, you know, it kind of offsets.
I have one other question, can I do two?
Just clarify about that. As it is now, the towns currently use their own equipment for the Carpenter pit. We use our own equipment, the two towns share sometimes depending on convenience. So we're already using our own town equipment for basically half of the operation that's done in a pit anyway. So this would shift that equation, but I think the offset in my mind would be less trucking distance. So you might be using more equipment a little bit more often in the pit, but you're not going to be driving your trucks back and forth to another pit in order to. So that would be an offset for that. But it's hard to account for that exactly. So,
Right,
but we have considered
But
it.
the blasting and that stuff is
Contracted,
something else,
yeah.
And the other question I have might be more appropriate for later, but it's about I mean, this is pretty complex, and like you said, when people go in the voting booth, there's not a chance to ask questions. And it seems like you've thought it through really well. I'm really impressed with the presentation. So I'm really concerned that how is the information going to get to voters?
Yeah,
I mean, I hate to see you go to all this work and then, you know, people just don't know, so they go blindly into it.
You know, I've faced that. I think we've all faced that. It's a very difficult way to get information out. And we initially, you know, we had the Commons, but we lost our reporter for Dummerston, so we had some avenues to do it. We're hoping this will, you know, get in the published print. I don't know. That's a good question. We've been trying to figure that out, and I don't have an answer how to get engagement from everybody.
Is there an article in Views?
There will be an article in the Views.
Before town meeting?
Yes, it does.
Yes.
It'll come out the end. In fact, we're folding it next week, so it'll come out.
Yeah, we were hoping to get out to talk about this meeting, but I got feedback that it wouldn't be published till after this one, so it's going to refer to this meeting in the past tense, I believe, is how they did it.
Yeah.
We also, Karen, contacted the former and asked them to specifically cover this. They couldn't have somebody here tonight, but they are going to review the tape and do an article, hopefully based on that.
One town says yes and the other says no, then.
Leaves it, yeah, in limbo. We've talked about that. We don't have a solution for that issue.
Just, I guess in detail, we've looked at the trucking. Like if we don't purchase this, and we use Vern as an example, it's essentially a half a man year and a half a truck year. So whether we could do that in the amount with the crew we have, or if we'd be hiring people, it would take 6 months of a man in a truck to haul all the material we need to bring from Vernon. A person in a truck. I thought pronouns could go either way, but okay, I'm out of there. A person in a truck, 6 months to haul the material to the town. So that would be a cost increase if we
for each town. That's for each town.
Yeah. And that we used Sir Sosimo and Vernon as the distance round trip on that. So, and he had a dollar figure with that. I don't remember off the top of my head, but
the other thing that, again, anecdotally, but we have not been able to accurately predict, is that this is a hugely fossil fuel driven industry. So, you know, having local access, you know, if the price of fuel doubles, all those estimates that we have for outside purchase of material are going to go much higher. There's no way to know where we're headed on that. But
Paul Namando again. Did I do that okay, Zeke?
Yes. We're going to assume you're still from Dummerston.
I want to personally thank Hugh and Lee for allowing me to sit with them yesterday to go over some of this, and it helped bring things into focus for me. And one of the things that it focused for me is that the people with gray hair in the community are the ones who are going to be paying for this for the next 14 years, so that the town can benefit thereafter. And you know, I think we ought to acknowledge and thank the people with gray hair.
I got a few there,
Zeke
Bob.
or Noy.
Yeah, exactly. Either one. Yeah.
You've got all these figures for what you're going to take out, and that's based on what basically you use now. Have you ever stopped and considered conservation and using less and letting it last longer?
I would defer that to the road foremans on how they take care of the roads, because
I don't mind the ditches in mud season.
State mandated.
Well, that we have no control
Yeah,
of.
but I don't mind any of that, the
Yeah.
dirt roads. I mean,
Yeah.
I think the main roads need to be taken care of,
Yeah.
but I think that we could do some conservation and do with less, maybe, in order to make it last longer. Just passing that on.
Yeah. Any
I
chance?
know, you're laughing.
No.
Safety first. Okay. Yeah. No,
Yeah,
it's acceptable, yeah.
I think you're right, though, Jody. I mean, I think that part of that is that people's expectations
I know.
are, I mean, I got a call the other day from somebody because their road hadn't been plowed on the morning that it snowed, and I was like,
Well, heck, they
I'm
called
sorry.
school 2 days
Yeah,
ahead of time. Come on, they never did that.
I know,
Right.
no. It's a very different atmosphere that we're in as far
I
as
know.
people's expectations of sanding and maintenance all around, and I think you're right, we could all pay attention to that.
Well, we did,
definitely.
for a long time, we were just sanding the hills, for example, in a period of time, and that kind of makes sense if you've got a big hill to do something like
Yeah.
that, but to pour sand on the whole road only makes more mud in the
Very
spring.
expensive.
So we did get the computer going, and if people would
Yes.
like, Corey could go through his 8 slides, and that way they'd be on the television.
Yes.
So I think if there aren't more significant questions, we could do that.
Now a good time for that? I'll be much quicker this time, I promise. This is just a locust map showing a larger area of Dummerston, I-91, Route 5. Here's Dummerston Station Road, Winter Bell Drive, which comes into what we call the old Moore Pit. And this is the Hidden Acres campground property, and this is the area of the Hidden Acres pit. The Carpenter Pit is just off the page. It is accessed off of, is that Carpenter Road there?
Carpenter Road,
Yeah. Yeah. That's the same aerial photograph I was pointing to on the board. For the people at home though, I'll leave that up on the screen for a second. The purple is the access points. There's the ABF trucking facility with the easement that will be maintained through that property to access the gravel pit. This is a little more of the history. This was the area that we identified for extraction. Some of these slides are from my presentation to the town in 2011. You will see on the next few slides, these are what we call proposed contours, and so as I click through these, you'll see how the excavation goes south across the property line, and then that's the finished condition of the pit. I'll go back to this one for a second, because that kind of represents approximately where the pit is today. The access road comes through ABF and circles down onto the floor of the pit. This knob of ledge is still here in some capacity, and then excavation has crossed the common property line, and the equipment is set up on the floor of the pit on the Moore side, and some of the excavation is happening on the Hidden Acres campground side of the pit. That's a pretty color picture that tells the story in a different way. This is actually an old slide when excavation was just going to be contained on the Hidden Acres property, but that is the area of extraction. This is my memo. I'll run through this really quick again for people that are watching on TV. We did a couple site visits, took a lot of field measurements, and used the old survey data that we had from both the Moore Pit and the Hidden Acres campground. And total volume was estimated at 794,000 cubic yards. Again, due to the effort we put in and the opportunity for error, we said it was plus or minus 15%. Topsoil 4,000 cubic yards, gravel 100,000 cubic yards, sand 200,000 cubic yards, ledge 400,000 cubic yards, and then the stockpiles that we were discussing a minute ago, about 90,000 cubic yards observed on the SB land or Moore land property. So ledge is estimated at just about half of the remaining material. Again, that's only the material that's on the Hidden Acres pit. It was difficult to estimate the amount of ledge on the old Moore or SB lands pit, but we did estimate roughly 200,000 cubic yards. It's a very inconsistent surface. It was very difficult to take field measurements and estimate that. So in the spreadsheet that we were discussing, that 200,000 it has been added to that 400,000, so you will see that in the spreadsheet. That 90,000 of stockpiles is not in the spreadsheet. this is a cross-section just to give you an idea of how we estimated the gravel, the ledge, and the sand product. So this is just a cross-section through the middle of the pit that we did as part of our permitting in 2011, 2012. So this is the existing ground, and as you know, the existing ground, there's a steep slope off to I-91. And I apologize, but this is an exaggerated scale, and I didn't want to redo a cross-section. It would have taken hours to do. So this is much wider, but we adjust the scale so it'll fit on one page. The red line is approximately what we believe the cross-section of ledge is. So the ledge is poking out of the ground and the ridge between the campground and the pit, and then it tapers off, and we went down 60 feet and never found ledge, so that red line kind of disappears. So this is the proposed floor of the pit, and then the top 15 feet, based on test pits that the town has done with Renault, is estimated to be gravel. This remaining pit is, should we say, gravelly, sandy? It's primarily a sand, so the town anticipates using it primarily for road sand. There are the spreadsheets, and I don't imagine that you can probably see that, but do you want to try and zoom in? No.
Okay. Or those sheets, the spreadsheets are available in your town office in either Putney or Dummerston, if you're interested.
This is just history in case we got into questions. So that was essentially the 8 slides I wanted to discuss. That prompt any more questions?
Yes.
Yes.
Did I hear you say when you were over there that the SV, is it the SV pit, was already reclamated?
It's partially reclamated, yep, as a requirement of the permits. As they've extracted from the north to the south, they have done partial reclamation.
So what's left to do?
Lee, can you speak to that?
It would be the floor.
Just the floor? Not any of the steep banks or anything like that?
Right, they've done that.
Because there's houses that sit right on top of it.
Yeah.
Right.
It's surprising, I don't know whether you've been down in there, Jody.
Not down in,
It's
no.
surprising that that whole SP area is pretty flat-ish now. I mean, there are ledges, there are slopes going up, but they're eased both by reclamation, but also by the fact that the high points were all lowered. It's much more noticeable in the Hidden Acres portion of it where it hasn't been worked on. But the SB portion of it really is, it's pretty much like a bowl now. I mean, it's
So there's not much
left
left
to do with
for
it. No.
Putney and Dummerston to be responsible for?
Right.
One other thing I want to just draw people's attention to is down in year 35 over, there's a yellow spot on almost in the third column from the left, the fourth column from the left, re-permit for sand. There's a potential for us to, that floor, pit floor, where we are now in the SB pit and would be in the Renault or Hidden Acres pit over time, is established by the water table and where it wants to be, or in theory, where the water table could be. It's possible that in the future, we could adjust the height on that table, and I just, punching numbers, figured that we were looking, if we were to go down roughly 15 feet more, that would provide us with another 150 to 200,000 yards of primarily sand and gravel material. So that's something that we don't intend to do anytime soon, but it's a way that at some point we could gain more.
If it stops raining.
Material. Well, apparently the water table is way down lower than they anticipated, so it seems like it wouldn't likely be an issue. But
Would that be a re-permitting issue?
that would be
An
amendment to the Act 250 permit. That's what it would be.
And that's why they're on that, where Josh has pointed out, we put a dollar figure in.
You know, who knows what it's going to cost at that point, but we tried to identify that that was going to be a need. Just show.
Yeah, we'll ask that question at the next meeting.
Anything else?
Any other questions
from the floor?
Zeke's gonna relay one.
So,
Can I close this though? So
yeah.
If you have your spreadsheet in front of you and you're wondering what this, if this is approved by voters, what you might expect for an increase in your taxes, you can look on the right-hand side, and I think Putney also.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. You can find the approximate value of your home, and then go down that column and you'll see what to expect for an increase in your taxes for the gravel pit purchase.
Initial increase and then a
Yeah.
decrease.
Okay,
in
yes,
years,
then a
but-
decrease. The red represents a decrease.
Yeah. And just, once again to clarify, that is only based on the highway material budget, nothing else.
It really jumps.
But it's not a cumulative thing, it's not.
No, it's every year
In
is
other
a
words, not
standalone.
Like in the $100,000 column,
Mhm.
it's not $23 in
There
addition
is
to
no
the $597.
No, everything's based on the
That's an
yearly.
annual projected
Right.
change.
It's all based on that yearly budget increase or decrease, so every year is a standalone year for
Why
that
the
year.
big jump from 597 to 23?
Half a year.
Look at the
year.
first year is initially a interest payment,
Oh, I see, okay.
and then you can see the big drops coincide with the material changes cost if we didn't buy the pit.
Huey, is that considering taking off what we're paying presently?
Yep.
That's been subtracted from it?
That has been subtracted from it. Yep. So that,
So that 50,000 that's spent yearly now is been
that's
deducted.
incorporated. So that's why there's a delta. That's why if you look under note 6, yearly projected budget increase or decrease, that would be, that's compared to our budget now to what our budget would be if we don't buy or don't buy the pit. And it incorporates a reduction because we already have money budgeted, so that's figured into our current cost.
Sir, what was your name? And what town are you from with the camera, please? Didn't you hear it? No, I didn't hear your name.
Does anybody have anything else, or we're ready to close the information meeting? Josh?
I want to say thank you all for coming. As to your question, I don't remember your name, even though I think you stated it, but get the word out if you can, please. We're trying, but you know, a letter to the editor would be great, something like that. But I also want to say thank you to Hugh. He has sort of spearheaded this on Dummerston's side and been a very valuable asset in this whole process.
That's why he's retiring.
There you go. Yeah. And then I also just want to say thanks to Mike, because Mike has been a willing participant in the discussions, you know, seemingly very generous in his approach to us and how it's all been going. And that's been, this is now the third project I've worked on Mike with over time in my role on the select board. And he consistently has been just very straight shooter and really great to work with, so we appreciate that, definitely.
Well, if you're getting too much.
All right. Thank you very much, everyone. We're going to end this, and we're going to go back into our select board meeting.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right. All right, I'd like to move that we reconvene our select board meeting.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, so we're back in business here. Under new business, we have a certificate of no appeal or suit pending from the listers. This just certifies to the state that we have no appeals pending from the actions of the listers. So, what would you like to do?
I'll make a motion, we certify the no appeal.
Okay.
I'll second that.
All right, any discussion?
So tell us about it.
The listers have to send this into the state, just to let them to state to the state that we have no appeals or suits pending relating to the 2018 grant list. have any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All right.
We all sign this.
That, let's see. All right, and then we have no gravel pit update.
I think we're good with the gravel pit
Okay,
update.
all right, just wanted to check. We did get the school playing fields that we've been discussing with the school board. The purchase and sale and the lease, we sent to Bob Fisher for his review. He had made some comments, sent it around to the school board members and to all of you. Most of the changes had to do with just correcting the year.
Yeah.
So he had no further comments other than he thought it was a good idea, is actually what he said. So, so that's, the school board's going to have their public hearing towards the last week of the month, and then they'll come back to us and see if we'd like to buy the fields and lease it back to them. So, anybody have any other thoughts on that, or any other business?
Make a motion to adjourn.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'll call the meeting to order for the select board meeting at 1 minute after 5. Any adjustments to the agenda?
No.
Okay, good.
Hi, Steve.
Good. So we need to approve the minutes of January 30th. Removal.
Yeah, I'll move to approve the minutes of January 30th.
Any corrections?
Nothing that I saw after the second round.
So it's been moved and seconded to approve the revised minutes from January 30th, 2019. Oh, second. Yeah.
I do it, so.
I didn't realize as soon as I said it, I was like,
It's okay.
So now it's been moved and seconded, and if there's no further discussion, all in favor? Aye. Okay, so our first order of business is, although it's listed under public comment, I had a conversation with Dale Temple today, and it's Dale's daughter Catherine who was, well, Dale was bitten also,
Yes,
but
yes.
Dale's daughter Catherine was the one who got bitten up on Parliament Road. She got bitten in the face. Dale got a couple bites on his legs. And the situation was that the dog had sort of gotten away from the owner and was running down Putney Mountain, and the owner was trying to track it down with his car, is my understanding, but I don't know. But Catherine Temple came across the dog, put it in her car, knew where the dog was from, and took it home. When she went to open her car to let it out at the house, well, I guess she went up to knock on the door, and then the dog attacked her and bit her in the face. And I don't know exactly at what point Dale got bitten, but he got bitten twice in the leg. The dog was then, Chris, I think, was the first sheriff there. You were the first sheriff there? Okay, so why don't you tell us?
All right, so I was called there. Lieutenant McGowan was already there with some other members of Putney Fire. What we were told is she was bit in the face and the dog would not let them leave. When I got there, the dog was just pacing the parking lot. As long as everybody stayed still and didn't try to leave or make a movement towards the dog, it didn't seem to mind. When I got there, it started growling, coming towards me. Tried to pepper spray it, that failed. So what I heard from Lieutenant McGowan was Dale Temple tried to go towards Catherine or take care of her after she'd been bitten, and the dog charged at him, bit him on the leg, and it's unclear whether the dog charged at McGowan or at Temple again, and the dog was hit with the spade shovel that was at the property already. I got them out of there. I tried to get the dog into his cruiser once he got there because it has the protective cage in the back. All was going well. We opened the door, seemed like the dog was going to go in, and then out of nowhere, it charged full speed, teeth showing, growling at him. When we had to use we call it the bear fogger, the large OC spray can. And then from there, anytime you tried to get near the residents or the dog, it was highly aggressive. Game Warden Price had to come down with a catch pole and stand in the back of his truck while he circled the canine to get it around the canine's neck. Our main concern is, from my understanding, the dog was found in Dummerston at the horse stable, which is about 4.5 miles from Raymond's residence.
Horse stable in Dummerston.
So when you go down Putney Mountain Road and you continue down West Hill, and it crosses that dirt section of Putney, it was all the way down there. So it was a substantial distance. We may come.
Horse farming.
Yeah, I thought it was in.
Is it Putney?
West. Yeah.
Again, I'm not 100% familiar with
I
that,
think-
but that's what Catherine had told me.
The dog was at the horse farm that she works at,
Which I think is this one
Okay.
here. That's my impression.
Yeah.
I could be wrong.
and then she put the dog
Anyway.
in the car at that point, brought it back
Oh,
up to the
okay.
house, and that's when everything happened.
Right.
So, from what I've been told by Catherine, that isn't the first time she's taken the dog home. It's the first time she's taken the dog home that no one was home, and it's been that aggressive. It's been semi-aggressive in the past, but not anything more than a deep growl. we were able to get Raymond to meet us at the Putney Fire Station after we pepper sprayed the dog and got him in the car. And he told us he was late for a VA appointment, that he was trying to get the dog in the truck. The dog refused, wouldn't get in. He chased it around Putney Mountain for a little bit with it, and ultimately just said, screw it, I'm late for my appointment, I'm going. Our concern is in the vet records, it says make sure the dog isn't muzzled, it's aggressive. It definitely would fit the type of aggressive, vicious dog by statute. And our concern from the sheriff's office is the owner doesn't show the capability to be able to take care of this dog and keep the public safe from it. He even made the comment to us, well gosh, if it's actually bitten somebody now, I think I'm afraid of it. So if we have a dog that's going to get out and he can't even physically restrain it, you know, that causes some great concern for us.
And I know it was then, I mean, it's required to be in quarantine for, I think, 10 days?
We ordered a 10-day quarantine.
And it was at Vermont, New Hampshire for that, at least initially.
No, so it was at Vermont, New Hampshire to get decontaminated from our pepper spray.
Oh, that's all that was for? Okay.
And then he was told that it had to be quarantined in his house, and the only time he could come out was by leash, by him to use the bathroom, and then brought back inside.
Yeah.
Was that done? I don't know. We didn't receive any other complaints after that.
So the owner of the dog is renting.
Right.
So
he doesn't own the property.
He does not own
right.
the property.
Yeah. Well, I guess I guess my feeling would be that the dog, even after this quarantine period, from the sounds of it, the dog should be restrained to the property. Whether the owner is capable of that or not, I don't know. But I think that, or it should be muzzled, I guess. You know, whether statute, if it's under vicious dog, does it statutorily allow for disposal of the dog or not?
We printed it out to bring with us today. So it talks about being off the owner's premises or off the owner. So in other words, free and wild. Yeah. If it attacks or bites a person, that person is able to file a complaint. You guys as a town have 7 days to investigate and address that complaint. Your authority is to have the domestic pet or wolf hybrid disposed of in a humane way, muzzled, chained, or confined. And you have to send it certified mail with a return receipt.
And
requested.
can you just cite the statute for me?
It is Title 20 under Internal Security and Public Safety. And it's VSA 3546.
3546?
Yeah. So subsection A talks about the bite itself, B is the complaint process, and C is your authority as a town body.
And as far as I know, we haven't, I mean, I know that we have been informed about this. Have we received an official complaint?
No.
Okay, so that 7-day period, I guess we have to find out, you know, I mean, if the owner is feeling like he can't control the dog and the dog needs to be put down.
So the 7 days, just, I mean, you guys can read through it. The 7 days is your obligation, not the person who's bit's obligation.
Yeah, yeah.
They have an unlimited, so to speak.
Right, no, that's why I was asking whether we had received, because if they want to proceed with this as an official complaint, then we'd have 7 days to manage it. I guess, you know, maybe the first thing, and I don't know whether you want to do this, possibly, Chris, is just go up and check with the owner and see whether he's made a decision about what he intends to do with the dog. You know, if he wants to keep the dog, then I guess we have to figure out what restrictions we would place on that. And how to go from there. Or whether I mean, my understanding, and I don't know whether this is how this works and research the statute more, but my understanding is that the owner of the dog is entitled also to a, you know, whether it's officially a hearing, but to be heard.
We have the ordinance and the process for a vicious dog complaint.
So
I would think we would have to do that.
Start
with
with
all parties.
and then go from there. Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you could follow up on that, Chris, that would be
Absolutely.
great, and just find out, you know, he may say, you know what, I realized I can't handle it, and I'm gonna get rid of the dog, or he may not. I don't know.
Okay. Yep.
Anybody, questions?
No, was the dog current with its?
Yes, it was
Yeah.
licensed, current vaccinations. Again, our thing was just to stress the possible safety concern. I mean, this is a very large dog, and adults, it seems as if as long as you leave it alone, it will not attack you.
Right.
It's not that just uncontrollably aggressive, vicious, but our concern from the law enforcement side is if it's going down Putney Mountain Road and some child sliding in their driveway says, oh, a dog, and charges it could go very bad, yeah. So.
Does the landowner know?
The I have been told that the landowner does know. I have been also told, and this is strictly anecdotal, that the landowner has said that they don't want the dog to remain on the property. That's like serious hearsay, so I have no idea, but that would be between the landowner and the
tenant.
The owner of the dog.
I was just curious because it was brought up as a rental situation. Oh,
The other thing I don't know is that do we have the, and again, this would be review of statute, do we have the authority to dispose of the dog if there wasn't an official complaint made about the dog? Which I think the people involved would probably be willing to do that, but I'm not sure we have authority to do that if we haven't had a complaint lodged, so. We should, exactly, we should find that out. And you know, I mean, it's in some ways, that aspect of it is more of sort of a civil complaint than it is a municipal issue. But it may be that we can manage it as a municipality as we choose, I'm not sure. So we should find that out and go from there, and I will review that statute as well. If you really want to.
yeah, I read it when I first started, and I vaguely remember that we do, but
Have the
I
authority
don't
even
wanna,
without a complaint?
Yeah, I don't want to
I'm not
say that
sure.
definitely
Yeah.
because it's been many months.
No,
since I
and
read it.
if it's vague, we could have VLCT clarify it or something, you know. So, and you know, I've said this before, but often statutes are vague for the purpose of allowing them to be open to interpretation, but we don't want to choose to interpret them the wrong way. So, but again, the dog owner may have already made some decisions. So. All right, good.
Thank
Thank you
you.
both for coming.
No problem.
And Chris, you'll just let.
Yep, I'll report to you, Karen. I'll just
Nice.
make contact and we'll go from there.
Sounds good. Cool.
Thank you.
Cool. Thanks. Have a good
Have a
night.
good night.
Thank you.
All right, so select board items, discussion and action. First item for discussion and action is the audit approval. And for our TV audience, we met with John Mudgett John Mudgett is our outside auditor who does our annual audit, has for a number of years now. And there were a couple comments, but no clear significant problematic findings. So he had suggestions as to how to tune things up a little bit, and he and Karen have already worked on that, and Karen has responded to his statements.
His recommendations.
His recommendations, and so I think we have a plan in place. It was also my feeling from John that he didn't feel there was anything at all that sort of crossed the line as far as the appropriateness of the audit. It was more about sort of methods and making sure we're covering all. But he felt confident that the audit was accurate and complete.
More about fixed assets and depreciation.
Yeah, how to categorize things and record.
The software program.
Yeah. So we reviewed that audit at our last meeting, wasn't it? Yeah, I think so. At our last meeting, and so unless anybody reviewed further and had any questions or comments, we could probably go ahead and approve the audit.
I'm comfortable with it.
Okay.
It was pretty thorough and.
Yeah.
So I'll move to approve the audit for the town of Putney, June 30th, 2018.
I second that.
Been moved and seconded to approve the 2018 audit. Yeah, no, you did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to make sure
Yeah.
it was not listed as 2 years.
Gotcha.
As of completion of fiscal year on June 30th, 2018. If there's no further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Right?
Right there is good. 13.
So our next item for discussion, and I don't think we have action on this, but maybe we do. Oh, do we have to sign it?
Yeah.
Is to look at the public informational meeting notice of Australian ballot. And so this is to notify people that there will be an Australian ballot vote.
So last year I went through the minutes.
Mhm.
And when we had the public informational meeting to appoint town clerk and treasurer, we had that very same document
That's right.
in the minutes.
Mhm.
You approved it, you signed it. So I think it's a legal notice signed off by you that you approve. And I just didn't want to miss a step, especially with this vote. And because it's a bond, it's associated with the bond.
Okay.
So
this
basically
is a
it's- yeah.
notice of- I mean, this meeting has been posted, has been
Yep.
noted.
Yep, and it's
warned.
noted in that document as well, the last paragraph, Josh,
Right, yeah,
for February 13th
public
and
informational meeting,
February 27th.
yeah.
It'll be at Putney Central School in the library
Mhm.
at 5 o'clock.
All right, good. You want to formulate a motion around that? So this is just approval of notification of the public informational meeting notice?
So, okay, well, I'll move pursuant to 24 VSA 1756, I'll move to say that we've given notice for the public informational meeting of registered voters at Putney relative to Article 8 to be voted on by Australian ballot at annual town meeting on March 5th, 2019. And this would be incurring a bond and indebtedness for the purpose of purchasing the Renode gravel pit, 32 acres, in the town of Dummerston, with the town of Dummerston participating in a 50-50 venture for not to exceed $2 million. Did
you get all that?
I'm trying to spell indebtedness.
Let's see.
I think that's.
Yeah, okay. And the meeting will take place today, the 13th at 6:15.
Today, which has been warned, and then almost more importantly for the purposes of this is that on the 27th, which we will revisit this if there's interest in it. And importantly, the reason we're having that is because we have to have a meeting about an Australian ballot issue within 10 days of town meeting.
Correct.
So that falls within that 10-day period, so.
I second.
So it's
all of
been,
that?
yes. It's been moved and seconded to approve the public informational meeting notice as presented and stated. If there's no further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Trying to confuse us with these little signs upside down.
They work.
Wait a
I want to
minute.
make sure you notice.
All right, so that's that. And then it's on to the town manager's report.
I did not prepare one
Okay, that's all right.
because of the time.
Yeah. Warrants.
We have warrants.
All right, I'll move to approve and execute the warrants as presented upon review.
I second that.
Been moved and seconded to approve and execute warrants. Thank you. There's no further discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Payroll warrant dated February 8th in the amount of $10,191.80. This includes the library.
See the interesting stuff I was looking at?
I have a bigger one.
Yeah, no, I tried to get it on 11 by 17 paper, and for some
Yeah.
reason the copier.
No, it's not the copier. You have to make so many adjustments to get it to fit.
Yeah.
But I have some for the meeting.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
I printed it, I didn't bring it because it looked like that.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, I even.
And that might be an old version too, so.
Well, this was the one from yesterday.
Okay, yep, you're good then. Payroll warrant dated February 12th in the amount of $9,610.44. This is just general town employees.
I don't know about this one.
Daily.
There's a couple of them here that are a
Ooh.
little shady there.
Select board pay. It's good, we like that.
Finally.
Yeah.
Oh, that too, yeah.
We'll just give it right back to the
So
town
when
this
are
week,
those
right?
gonna be issued, or do we have them?
Treasurer will sign them tomorrow.
Good.
Do you want to pick yours up?
Same time I drop my tax.
I was gonna say, I'll just sign it right back to you.
This Friday. We did not get the sandwich board out, but
Oh,
We would have
yeah.
gotten plowed over anyway.
I know, I meant I was gonna do it over the weekend, but had other things. Okay, accounts payable warrant, dated February 15th through February 15th, okay. Total amount is $53,633.47. I also want to mention that we were without a bookkeeper today. She was sick. And Alyssa took on getting payroll completed and accounts payable.
Good.
Which is probably why the
Thank
accounts
you.
payable said February 15th to February 15th.
It's okay. That's not even a,
As long as it closes on February 15th, we're good, right?
yeah. Checks will be issued on Friday, so, but she did step in and muddle through it, and she did a good job.
Thank you.
She probably didn't even really muddle that much, I would imagine.
Town reports at the printer, we should have that by Friday.
If not Friday, Tuesday.
We do have a holiday on Monday, we are closed.
President's Day?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yes, yep.
Good.
So, yeah, we'll either have town report in-house on Friday or Tuesday, but they will go out in the mail next week. Oh, and I don't think we did the check report. That's kind of a cheat sheet.
Yeah, no, I
Yeah.
figured you would.
But
probably
it's,
didn't
and
have
I didn't
time.
even think about
Yeah.
that, but I'll show you.
Did something happen with the sidewalk snow blower? The
Something
sidewalk
happened?
plow? The only reason I'm asking is because I noticed half of the sidewalk down Kimball Hill or like up above Kimball Hill. All of that is done and everything below it isn't. But that was, this, maybe they just haven't gotten to it.
Well, I looked out tonight and noticed that the sidewalk was plowed because I was gonna get the mail earlier and it wasn't done, so.
Okay, so maybe it was just done later.
You know, yeah, they have to like fuel up and run it
yeah.
back and forth and.
Because I attempted to walk it this afternoon, I can say it was somehow strange. The plow had driven through, but had not actually removed the snow.
I wonder whether it maybe snapped the belt or a chain
Yeah,
or something.
A shear pin maybe
Might have
might have
been,
gone.
yeah.
That happens a lot.
It was like it started up near the school and then it got halfway down.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
no
They
more.
don't report any, breakdowns, so.
They don't call you every single time?
No.
You don't want them to do that?
I had Brian text me his hours, so, for the guys, so they can get paid.
Oh gosh, yeah, they must be working a lot.
They actually, they've been putting hours in every week.
There's
Well,
some
they
messy
really good
stuff
on the
these
roads.
days.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did a good job keeping up with that.
And this morning when I came over from Newfane,
Mhm.
the east-west road was a little greasy. There was a couple times when I just like, all right, slow down.
Yeah, the stuff was a little,
You couldn't
it was
stop.
a mix.
Yeah, it was weird.
And it varied a lot depending upon elevation, I
Yeah.
guess, too, yeah.
Well, right in the village when you're coming down the backside,
Mhm.
to come into the,
Yeah.
Yeah.
that's scary. It's sketchy up there.
Mhm.
But Route 30 was messy too. So if the state road is messy, they had a hard time keeping up with it.
Yeah, yeah. No, I thought our roads were pretty great, all things considered. I had to leave early this morning, so
Yeah.
I had good reviews.
Yeah, the check register. There's a,
Right.
it's right below the other thing.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Mr. Fairman, you may or may not have known that we were starting at 5 tonight. We had an unusual start time because we had a meeting at 6:15. So we already had an opportunity for public comment, but I'm happy to reopen for public comment. We have to be in Dummerston at 6:15, so we have time, but if you have anything to comment on, you're welcome.
Mr. Chairman, I was unaware of the change of time. So this is very brief, but I have an open letter to you that I'm going to read into the public record.
Sounds good.
Regarding the town records.
Regarding, sorry?
Putney Town Records.
Uh-huh.
Putney Town Records are not our town clerk's records. They are not our records. They belong to everyone who has ever lived and ever will live in Putney. We here and now are responsible to everyone, past, present, and future. The reason to digitize Putney Town records is not because we have the technology, nor because we have $83,000 in growing public funds that someone would like to be paid. The reason to digitize Putney Town records is because we are responsible to everyone who has ever lived and ever will live in Putney. To ensure that we act responsibly on their behalf, we should fully understand and comply with professional archival standards and best practices recommended and explained by the Vermont State Archives and Records Administration in the Office of Secretary of State Jim Kondos. As a concerned citizen, I have consulted Mr. Nicholas Konitzo, Records and Information Management Specialist, who has provided published guidelines and said that their roving archivist can visit Putney to provide specific professional guidance. We have begun, however, by asking the supplier of the photocopier in the Putney Town office to rent us a KIP 7100 large format scanner printer copier. Irreplaceable Putney Town records should be scanned gently by a flatbed scanner or digitally photographed. The KIP 7100 is a sheet-fed scanner, flexing, pulling, and abrading documents by rolling them into a slot while risking tearing by jamming in the feed mechanism. Digitized destruction of irreplaceable Putney Town records cannot be done over. We have to do it right the first time, now and always. It is time to ask Mr. Konitso to schedule a visit by the roving archivist to begin and complete a Putney Town records plan for now and always, including digitization. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Howard.
I assumed it was a flat plate copier. That never even occurred to me. And I don't, so we will have to revisit that question of availability of the copier, because obviously that's important.
Sure, and Mr. Chairman, you know, at your last meeting when it came up, I didn't know either, but what I did was looked it up on the manufacturer's website. I looked at their specifications. I also looked at their user manual.
Yeah.
And there's no doubt that it is a sheet-fed copier where you feed a piece of paper into a slot and it takes over, assuming that everything works right.
Yes, that would clearly not be the right method for these. And have you informed the town clerk of that?
Via
Is the town clerk aware of this now, or not yet?
He will receive his copy.
Okay, good. Yes, you got MCC
yes,
there. Yes, so we should just make, because I don't think he would disagree with you about that. I'm assuming he didn't realize either that that's the method. But.
Are we sure that the KIP 7100 doesn't have the ability?
The flatbed?
The flatbed ability as well, because many of them are built with both.
Indeed. However, large format scanners are not the same as the ones we are used to that, you know, on your photocopier where you lift up the lid. As I say, I went to the official, KIP is a company that makes these machines. I went to their website, took a look at the specifications for that series of machines, the 7100 series, and I also took a look at the user manual for the 7100 series. And it does not have that facility. You feed the document into the slot, period. Now the reason for this is it scans and copies up to 36 inches wide, but the length is variable. It has roll-fed paper. So you begin to get the idea. It basically looks at how much went in and it matches it up going out. So it really does have to roll it in so it knows how much it's got.
Which would be very helpful for certain applications, but probably not appropriate for our application.
No, it would not be, Mr. Chairman. You know, it's very useful for applications, say, like an architect's office,
right, exactly.
where they want to run off another set of the plans to give to the client, or a town development review board or whatever. And then, of course, everything is fresh and new, so there's no problems with it being brittle or already damaged in some way or whatever. It's all brand new paper. But that's not the situation we're dealing with.
All right. Well, thank you for bringing that to our attention. And
well, you're most welcome, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for accommodating me at this time.
Certainly. My pleasure. We had the time. So, anything else, or that's it?
No, sir. Thank you.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So we've done warrants. So other business. We're just announcing that there is a meeting tonight at 6:15 at the
actually a scarf.
Dummerston School.
In the science room.
Science room, okay. And hopefully we'll see lots of people there, more than we see here. But we have no idea. You never know with these things.
No.
Executive session?
Not tonight.
Okay. Next meeting date would be, well, in 40 minutes in Dummerston, and then our next select board meeting date, regular select board meeting date, is February 27th.
At 5 p.m.
At 5, we're doing it also? Okay.
Putney Central School.
Putney Central School.
For the gravel pit.
In the library, and for the purpose of the hearing for the, well, we'll have a regular select board meeting, but we will also have
public information.
Public information for gravel pit purchase related to the Australian ballot. So. And if there's nothing else, motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
at 3:55. And I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes from January 22nd, 2019.
So moved. Second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the minutes from January 22nd, 2019 signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes from the special meeting on January 26th, 2019.
So moved. Second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the minutes from January 26th, 2019 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
Aye.
The motion passes with one abstention. Are there any additions or deletions? I just need to add under correspondence, Grace Cottage request on 5K run. Okay, no other additions or deletions? All right, then let's go ahead and do the warrants.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 1 payroll in the amount of $11,464.78.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying payroll warrant number 1 in the amount of $11,464.78 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 2 payroll taxes in the amount of $5,150.26.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying payroll tax warrant number 2 in the amount of $5,150.26 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 3 out of the general fund in the amount of $6,146.51.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying general fund warrant number 3 in the amount of $6,146.51 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 4 out of the general fund in the amount of $4,385.46.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying general fund warrant number 4 in the amount of $4,385.46 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 5 out of the general fund, the amount of $6,142.50.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying general fund warrant number 5 in the amount of $6,142.50 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 6 out of the equipment fund, the amount of $63,762.
Second.
Any discussion?
This is the new truck?
Yes.
Right, new truck.
Anything else? Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying equipment fund warrant number 6 in the amount of $63,762 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 7 out of the equipment fund, the amount of $5,328.73.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying equipment fund warrant number 7 in the amount of $5,328.73 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 8 out of the highway fund, the amount of $8,548.38.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying highway warrant number 8 in the amount of $8,548.38 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 9 out of the highway fund, the amount of $9,752.02.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying highway warrant number 9 in the amount of $9,752.02 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 10 out of the equipment fund, the amount of $1,650.46.
Second.
Is there any discussion?
So the backhoe, part on, was that an AC compressor, is that what it was?
Yeah.
Yes.
Serpentine belt AC compressor.
So it's seized up on the backhoe when we were using it. And this is going back to, I think, early December. And because it's a one belt system,
so one thing seizes
run without the AC compressor.
Got it. Okay.
Okay, any other questions? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying equipment warrant number 10 in the amount of $1,650.46 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So, let's see, what am I doing here? Entertain a motion to take the agenda out of order and move to members of the public.
So moved. Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Are you together or are you no? Okay, then I will let you introduce yourself and.
Hi, I'm CJ King from Grace Cottage.
Okay.
And I was asked to bring something to Crystal, but you have started the meeting, so I didn't want to interrupt. This is our page for the town report. Do you want me to just leave it to you and leave that? Is there anything?
We just got approved back.
Yeah, my understanding, the reason that we didn't submit it is my understanding was that these weren't included anymore, but I hear now from Anita that that was just a one-year time a couple of years ago. And so if, you know, I can give this to you if it's helpful.
We just...
Sure.
And are you Will?
Yeah, no.
Do you want me to email this to you?
Sure.
Okay, can I get your email
Yeah,
address?
it's VT Will Bis, BIS. That's good enough. There you go.
Let's see.
LBISS at Gmail. You're not going to order that.
VISS.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Marshall.
Hey, okay. I'm here for the Historical Society to update you on what we've been doing regarding the Stone Arch Bridges. Thank you for putting the article in, the warning, Article 10, I believe. I can't emphasize the importance of it in order for us to proceed with anything else, or much of anything else.
Before you go too much further, can we just have a real quick discussion? I hadn't seen the paperwork on your grant proposals at the time you handed it to Steve.
We haven't handed any in because all of them require some show of town support.
Right, but I believe one of the items that have been identified is a small structures grant.
That's not a private grant, that's a public grant.
That's out of V-Trans, correct?
Right, I've got that coming up on my list.
Okay, well, the one thing I just want to ask you about, and this will be a discussion for town meeting, is we currently have a bridge that's under engineering study, which is Bridge 61. That's
41.
Excuse me, 41. That's exactly the same structures grant that the town will be applying for that particular bridge. They won't let us have two.
That's incorrect. We've been instructed to submit a second application based on an emergency request. And I have the form here. I'd like to give it to you and consider, we didn't know who the contact person is to do the paperwork, but we'd like you to turn it in, and V-Trans has asked us to do that.
To apply for a second structures grant.
Based on emergency. The second one, the first one goes as a normal grant, the second one is for emergency purposes, and then it's up to V-Trans if they want to pursue it based on funding. But if we don't apply, there's no consideration until the following year.
Well, that grant can't go in until after the question is answered at town meeting. I don't
Correct.
believe, Janet. Okay.
Correct.
So they have to have a show of support from the town
Yes.
before they'll consider it.
Yes.
All right.
But I have a copy, Lee Petty's the contact person, and she's talked with V-Trans, and they're willing to work with her, and they're the ones that encouraged her to ask us to go forward, or ask you to go forward with it. So I have that here on my list. The basic concept of the town support on Article 10 is we can't apply for private funding from the Preservation Trust or the Wyndham Foundation without showing some town support. When the town support comes up, then we can apply for a whole bunch of private funding grants, which we intend to do. In fact, we've got some of the paperwork filled out. We just have to wait till after town meeting to send them in. Okay, well that takes care of two things then. When I was here before, I mentioned that I had had a conversation with a heavy truck driver about the bridge. And the truck driver indicated that he didn't know it was a stone bridge. He thought it was a cement bridge because the sides are cement. One of the critical factors in all of the stone arch bridges is vibration caused by trucks, heavy trucks braking, cars too, but certainly trucks. So I mentioned to him, I said, well, if you didn't know that, do you think your company would be offended if we sent them a letter just saying that? And he seemed to think it was a good idea. So that was the impetus for a draft letter that I just want to hand to you. We'd like the select board to sign it along with the Historical Society, but if they don't feel they want to do that, then the Historical Society is probably going to send it anyway at some point. It's not something that has to be done today or tomorrow, but I have copies of that to give to you to consider in reference to heavy trucks using the bridge. Since we last met, we had a meeting with the Stone Trust, which is out of the Scott Farm. That is a group of professionals that have classes in stone construction, dry stone construction. We've proposed a partnership with them, and they're intrigued, and they have to present it to their board of directors. It's a private organization made up of members who are stonemasons. And then the classes that they do are usually held at the Scott Farm, but they also do stuff out in the field. And we're proposing that they partner with the Historical Society to do a demonstration project at one of the bridges that's not one of the highway bridges. It's one that won't have to affect traffic because it's not being used as traffic. And they're proposing that. We haven't heard whether they're going to. I've asked them if they could let us know by town meeting, so when we give a little lab at town meeting, we can say this is happening or not happening. It's things that would be done in the summer as like a demonstration project. Currently, as of the other day, we've raised about $6,000, mostly selling these things that are out in the display case here. Cards and puzzles. Christmas was quite generous to us. So we're going to order some more, and we're going to keep doing that. And we're thinking of changing the image so people, oh, you got to buy another puzzle because you don't have that one.
Collect all four.
Like a collectible, yeah. So that's that. We'd like to ask if we could have a table at town meeting to display our stuff. And you don't have to decide that now.
It shouldn't be an issue. There's no election this year, so that back area would be relatively clear.
So I take that as a yes now?
I would assume so. I don't know anybody who's asked for room.
All right. So if we want to set up a little display there. Okay, well, that's pretty much on my list, what I was asked. These are the, I think I got one for everybody, the draft of the letter. And all you just let me know, or Lee has this, she's much better at saving these sort of things on the computer than I am, so it can be edited or changed.
Thank you.
And I've made a list of potential companies that, I mean, we're talking about the obvious ones like Sersasimo, Coda and Coda. The people I talked to were fuel truck people, and just for the, I don't, maybe I said this before, but I asked the guy, fully loaded, what's his truck weigh? He said 40,000 pounds. It was a fuel truck. And, well, that's pretty much over the limit of the road anyway, even if it's not posted. So it was just surprising to him of the construction. So I said we might do this, and he said, well, I'm going to tell my manager that he might be receiving a letter like this from either the town or the Historical Society. I mean, we'll send it out. We just like, you know, the support of the select board for sending it out. And then the V-Trans thing here, this is what Lee, this is a draft. It's what Lee filled out as best she could in discussion with V-Trans and answering some of the questions. And
So she spoke to Megan Brunk?
yes. And so if the town's willing to do that, the worst that could happen is they say no. And I'm pretty sure, based on the conversation, that none of this would affect the application that the town's going to do. We already knew about that before. We were told, you know, that they were going to do one for the, it was on West Hill, another bridge on West Hill.
For the normal ones, it's once every 5 years we can apply for them, generally, barring emergency.
There's some kind of a rotating timeline.
Yeah. One of the things I found out through, at least through the fire department, because we've applied for a number of fire pond, you know, dry hydrants, and we've been told by the people that, number one, we fill out our stuff, we do it, and we follow through with what we say we're going to do, and that means something with the people that are giving these grants out, that some towns obviously don't do that, and they get rejected because they don't do what they were supposed to do when they filled out the application. So I think Townsend has a pretty good reputation for following through on the...
We do lately.
Huh?
We do lately.
Yeah, on the stuff that we're doing. So, you know, there's no, I think there's no harm in doing it, and if they say yes, that's a good thing. And then I suppose if they say no, we can just keep it and apply, you know, another year. But if we don't do it now, then we're a year away.
Do you know if Lee had a conversation with Ms. Brunk about whether or not there had to be a quote-unquote engineering study done before they would approve the request?
I think, don't quote me on this, someone should probably talk to Lee, because she had the conversation with V-Trans on this. I think they are accepting Michael's report for the need, for the emergency aspect of what has to happen.
Because one of the things she's checked off here, which for those of us who've been down this road before, is that she says there's a possibility that they'll be doing excavation within the river stream. And that's in and of itself has all kinds of implications with A&R.
I think we had to check that off because of the steepness of the, you know, that there's already, well, in fact, according to Michael, there's already stones that were part of the, you know, the...
So you're talking about putting the stones back as opposed to doing excavation?
Oh, yeah, I guess.
In the stream.
Oh, you mean putting a piece of equipment in the stream?
Well, working with...
Well, they're talking about excavation.
No, I don't think we're doing that.
Yeah, most of that is that you have to do it in a certain timeline. After a certain date.
Before October or something.
Before October 1st.
What?
And Megan Brunk, I believe, has already been out to the bridge. She was invited to go out with...
Yeah, she was on
She was out there with doing
The
one of the
impression
stones.
I got was that there are stones that have fallen down in that would have, they would want to pull back up and use. I mean, it's kind of up to the stone guy. It's possible that, no, let's just bring in some stones from someplace else. You know, that's way out of my league, but I was up there when Michael was working, and I know what he's talking about.
Where's that lovely little question? Steve, does the municipality have a current network inventory?
Is that what?
Yes, we do.
Have a current network inventory?
Oh.
Because we're not eligible for the grant if we don't have one.
You've got a couple of network inventories now.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay?
Be
I
finding out
think
how
so.
good they are pretty soon, I assume.
I think that's all that's on my list.
Alrighty, well, we'll get back to you on the letter then.
Okay.
And try to piece together some of the additional information on this bridge,
And I
although.
would guess on the V-Trans thing, the best thing to do would be to contact Lee, Petty.
Well, until we know what they say upstairs, we probably won't move forward with this.
Okay.
So that after the voters have their say, then we'll follow through with whatever we need to get from Lee in the way of information or whatnot. That sounds like a plan?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
So is that it, or do you have another hat?
No, I have no hats.
Only one hat
Just one
tonight.
Or a little roll. You want me to go on? for
Well,
another
if
hour
you
or
want,
something?
you know. Okay, well then, thank you very much for that.
I would say we might have to have a conversation after town meeting when we haven't had a cemetery meeting. You know, we don't have them in January and February. We might have to have a little discussion about private cemeteries. I believe it's going to come up again. So it might be, we might need to get on the same page and everything. This is getting to be a trend around the state. Everybody wants to bury somebody in their flower pot out in the backyard, so,
It's cheaper.
yeah. I guess.
Or they want help digging the hole?
Maybe the new part is that they're
I'm
Tommies.
available. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, John.
See you.
All right, then moving back up to the highway. Steve, is there anything that up and coming that we need to be aware of?
Well, I'll just mention, it was brought up during the warrants that we did receive the new Dodge last Wednesday. It got its first workout last night and this morning. Everything's good so far. Saturday it's going to get its doors lettered. Jeremy and I both went to Flagler School and got our certificates. And earlier this week we did some pothole repair work on Route 35, which was in need of some repair. We had some bad potholes this year with the hot and the cold and the ice and the water. We're having a lot of problems with potholes. So we did start this week, and weather permitting, we will continue with that.
Okay, any other questions?
No.
No? Is it gonna stop raining and freezing?
Not this weekend.
No, okay, sorry.
Yeah, apparently we've inherited DC's with.
Have we?
Yeah.
Okay, that's not a good place to be. Town clerk, you should have all gotten a copy of the counter money for the month. And before we ask for the numbers from the treasurer, I do want to just ask, did a warrant ever get typed up or instructions ever typed up for the treasurer to move the
I
money?
was about to ask you that when you were reading the warrants, but I don't, if you don't have it on your clipboard,
I did
she
not.
didn't give it to you. then
I
don't
didn't
know
have a
where it is.
clipboard.
Okay, well, it's not on the clipboard, it should have been in the warrants or in
It
the
wasn't,
box.
it wasn't in the warrant.
I've asked her, we'll get it. I've asked her, I don't know how many times the last 2 weeks.
Because we're supposed to be returning, what, $54,614?
The 63, I think you all have a TD Bank statement. If you do, you do. If you don't, you don't. But the money we spent out of the general fund for the Kubota tractor and the money that we just spent out of the general fund for the Dodge truck should be coming out of the equipment fund. And there is a sufficient balance in the equipment fund right now to pay both of them and leave you with $5,000 left over. So both of those should get paid off by having the treasurer go to Brattleboro and withdraw that money and place it back into the general fund at People's Bank. So that was kind of the plan on this. We only borrowed 20 for the Dodge, or we only raised 20 for the Dodge. And then the rest of it was going to come from the equipment.
So could we follow through with the?
Well, we can follow through. It should be, we did the numbers last week. I don't.
Okay, well, I didn't see the warrants, that's why
Yep,
I made
okay.
a note on it
Yep, okay.
to move forward. Okay, so did Joe give you the?
I was gonna ask about that on the treasurer's report. I'm glad you did. Let's see. In the sweep account, as of, I guess, yesterday, you got $859,123.02. And the checking account, you have $30,000.
Okay, any questions on that? Then under correspondence, you have law enforcement, but I have nothing from law enforcement.
You didn't?
I had,
It should have been just a.
Are we talking about a report?
It wasn't much. It was
yeah,
just
just
the email sheet.
Yeah.
That's that wood.
Total fines of $659.
Yep.
Total tickets.
So that's town contract.
Yeah.
No, I don't, that's one I don't have.
Okay. Well, maybe you took it home, or maybe I didn't give you one for some reason.
Okay.
Did you get one of these?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
So this is the balance of the bank right now. That's what I spent on the Dodge. That's what I spent on the bonds.
So nobody's been going fast except for Craig, huh?
That's it. I got a warrant.
Oh, and Susan.
Oh, that's right, we got both.
So can I just ask before we move on to the,
Yep.
the police, so who is responsible for following up with the treasurer to make sure that this activity actually
The select board would simply ask the treasurer to go retrieve that money. What I've done in the last 5 years is have the bookkeeper or me, whatever, we type up an actual warrant that you guys sign, which is an instruction to the treasurer to
take that money.
And that leaves an audit paper trail behind. Is what it does.
happened yet. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and it gives him the amount, or reminds him to do it.
So it looks like we took in, speeding, well,
Not much.
not much.
No.
Hard to believe.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I would think they'd get more than that out of just Craig.
The
Anyway,
next time they will, believe
oh,
me.
okay. Then moving on to what I added, and that was the request from Grace Cottage to use the common for their 5K run, and that is on May 11th. And we need to approve it or disapprove and decide whether or not there's a fee and et cetera. I mean, we have to go down the list, so I would entertain a motion to approve the request to use the common for the 5K run on May 11th.
So move.
Second.
Is there any discussion on that?
The application is complete.
Except that we don't have yet, and I'm sure we're going to get it anyway for Fair Days, we don't have the insurance certificate.
Right, yeah, that'll come closer.
But, yeah, and whether or not there's going to be a usage fee to use the common for those are the two things that we need to decide.
Okay. And
So right now, the motion is for just to approve.
right.
So is there any further discussion on that? All right, hearing none, all those in favor of approving the request to use the common on May 11th for a 5K run, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
Aye.
Okay, so please note, in the minutes, well, no, we're gonna do the other one too. Please note in the minutes that Crystal abstained.
One abstention. Yeah.
No, I specifically, I want it named.
Okay.
I want it named.
Usually don't, but I will.
Well,
Well, it's on.
Thank you.
okay, so it approves, so today is the 14th.
13th.
It is 13.
13th. Tomorrow's a big day, 14th.
Oh, that's right. Okay, so we've approved that. Now the question is do we want to require them to pay the
Was it a
fee?
$100 fee?
I don't
Is that what was in
remember.
the
I think it is what it is.
I think I have it.
You should, or if you want, I'll get a copy.
That's just their starting and ending, or is that their ending point?
It is their beginning and the end of the race.
Staging.
And
The staging area.
Staging area.
They use a corner.
T-shirts and awards and.
There's a corner of the column with a tent, And they're off the second morning event. And the town common rental is $100. Is it? Okay.
So I'd entertain a motion on the fee for the common. How much?
$100.
Okay, so there's a motion to charge $100 for the use of the common.
Second.
Okay, is there any further discussion on that? Hearing none, all those in favor of charging $100 for the use of the common for the 5K run, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
Aye.
Again, his
Again,
name.
who made the motion?
Steve, and then second by Rob. Motion passes. So, if you could, is it gonna be easier to send this back to you, or is it?
I'm happy to carry it back if you want.
Okay, the one thing that we'll need is when they send their certificate in, please include a copy of this with it so that we can keep it all together in a book. No, there's no
Pardon me.
security.
Pardon me.
Yeah.
Do you want another copy of the policy to go with it, or no? What's that?
I think they've seen it, they have
No,
both
there's
policies.
a copy of
Okay, so on that note, and under correspondence and all of this tying together, the old business common, British common use, we received an email communication from a Townsend resident that basically says, after watching the Townsend Select Board meeting held on January 22nd, 2019, and when it known that I feel there was a conflict of interest in allowing Ms. Mansfield to vote on a hospital issue. I do believe she is an employee of Grace Cottage, and allowing her to vote on an issue pertaining to said hospital or an affiliate of such is considered a conflict of interest. I also feel that Grace Cottage Hospital has outgrown the Townsend Common and feel it is time that they look for another location to hold their fair day. So, while Ms. Mansfield has absolutely no financial gain from her vote to allow the hospital to drive onto the common, I would suggest that we revote the approval for the allowance of allowing the vehicles to drive onto the common to do their setups and their takedowns, so that we can let her exclude herself from the vote, just to take out any questions.
I don't really see it as a conflict of interest, but sure.
It's not monetary, but that's Crystal's well aware of this was coming, and she's agreed to do this. So I would entertain a motion to reconsider whether or not to allow Grace Cottage Hospital to drive onto the common during setup and breakdown for fair days for limited use purposes of constructing the heavier wooden booths.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any further discussion on that? No?
Didn't we go over this last year?
We went over it a couple weeks ago.
Well, I know, but we went over it last year too, and the year before, and the year before.
Okay, is there any other questions? Right, so all those in favor of allowing Grace Cottage Hospital to drive?
The motion is to reconsider the allowance, okay? Yes. Motion to reconsider.
Well, okay, well, then we'll take it to two steps, so yes,
Wait,
a
I
motion
don't
to
know. Yeah,
reconsider.
that's what I wrote down. I can.
Yeah, let's
You need
just
to-
do it in 2 steps.
Okay,
You
so,
need to affirm that you're going to reconsider it.
okay, so the motion is to reconsider it, all right? So all those in favor of reconsidering the decision signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions?
Aye.
So, 4-1, it's to be reconsidered. Now, I'll entertain a motion to allow Grace Cottage Hospital to drive, I don't want to drive, to use motorized vehicles on the common for the limited purpose of constructing the heavier wooden booths.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion on that?
Now, at one point, we had discussed
Oh, excuse me.
adopting the same policy as like the Newfane Common has, where nobody drives on there, right?
We did talk about it, yes.
Right.
Anybody, any other discussion on that? No? All right, so All those in favor of allowing the limited vehicle traffic on the common for setup and breakdown for Grace Cottage Fair Day signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions?
Aye.
I'll vote in the affirmative, the motion passes. So if you could let it go know and just, again, I'll need the paperwork back on that for the book.
Now, when they make it all muddy, we don't hear any complaining about it, right? If they do.
Oh, I'm sure you'll be there looking.
The one thing that we do,
It's not about the trees.
we also did talk exclusively about stopping the ability to drive onto the common during the fair itself, which was where we were really having difficulties. So, okay, so that takes care of that. New business, the CMV drug, alcohol, and or driver's drug and alcohol policy, which is a booklet like this that I don't happen to have with me.
I have a copy of it's not the whole book, it's just the policy in the back that I wrote.
It's almost a book.
It's not nothing, I'll bring it up.
And I have a copy here, I do believe this is the one.
Yeah, I've read it, I just didn't.
Yeah, I sent you one without the draft.
You did not send me one without the draft.
No,
You said
see,
you
that's
take
what- that's what we're kinda stuck.
Oh, I thought I sent you one
You
without the
said,
draft.
you said you'd take it off when the time came.
Okay.
So, I mean.
Oh, right,
But
because we
I
haven't adopted.
I just have, I have a draft copy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, so this is the copy that has been vetted by Wade at VLCT. He feels that it complies with the statutes and covers us for the CMV policy.
Alright, so if everybody's had a chance to look through this or whatever, I would entertain a motion to adopt the Townsend drug and alcohol policy for CMV operators.
So moved.
Second.
During discussion on it. So hearing none, all those in favor of adopting the Townsend drug and alcohol policy for CMV operators signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Did you vote no?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So the motion passes. So you can get Craig a copy of this that.
With no watermark.
With
Yeah.
no watermark.
I will
And
send
we'll
that
need-
to you
Send me a
tonight.
copy and we'll get
we'll
signatures
need
and
signatures on
whatever.
it.
We'll post it as of tomorrow, or whenever, Friday.
Excellent.
It'll be approved.
All right, and then the other piece, I asked Craig to draw up a letter because our third year with Solon McCoy was this year on the financial audit. We need to put out an RFP to get some bids from some other CPAs.
I didn't update that, but I did update it to December 1st, was one of the things you wanted
Right,
updated.
December 1st, and
There was something else. Then I didn't print a new copy and I didn't bring the computer with me. There were two things on there. One was December 1st for a deadline. And, change the email address. So, that was no big deal. It was no big deal.
right, so did they get copies of this?
No, I just gave it to you.
Okay,
and you and I
so-
talked about it and.
So right now, this one is specifically addressed to one of the CPAs that we've dealt with in the past, which is Sullivan and Powers. It says the town of Townsend is soliciting proposals for a professional audit of its FY19, July 1st, 2018 to June 30th, 2019 municipal finances. As our offices utilize NIMRIC software accounting systems, it shall be imperative that the CPA with whom Townsend contracts has experience with the NIMRIC systems. Records will become available during July and staff here can provide assistance on a flexible basis through November. The audit, however, will need to be completed by
December 1st.
It was December, so you did change it.
You said December 1st, I said December. Yeah.
Okay, the deadline for proposals submissions is 4 p.m. on April 9th. For additional information, please contact Select Board Administrative Assistant, and then a way to get in touch with us. And then on behalf of the town of Townsend, I appreciate your consideration, signed by me. So if that's okay, we can certainly send this out to a list that we do have of CPAs.
Is April 9th the timeframe you want to use? That would be your first Tuesday in April, or your first meeting, second Tuesday in April.
I'm not sure.
That only gives, it's only a month, but I mean, it doesn't take people
Oh,
very
no,
long to figure
no,
out.
but I'm just thinking of if after town meeting the date gets changed, I just wonder if we want something more generic than
Then a specific date.
a specific meeting night. So it's by April 15th?
Sure.
That'd be before the, however the meeting is called, that would also allow us to, move around, but still have the second meeting to approve it?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Or do,
You may also get a proposal back, as you did last time, you got a proposal back on a 3-year contract.
yeah, but we asked for that, as I recall.
Well, actually, it came back because it was gonna be less expensive to go a 3-year contract overall, than it would be on a year-to-year basis. But you may, I'm just saying, you may have apples and oranges to compare a little bit.
Yeah.
So if we change that date to April 15th, it's a little less specific. And
Change it to April 15th.
we'll go ahead and get those out to everybody and see if we can get some bids for a new one. There is a need for an executive session tonight to discuss the interviews and/or resumes. So I'll just run through the meeting schedule. There is a special meeting tonight. There will be a pre-town meeting on February 26th, which is our regular meeting night, beginning at 6:30 or 6:15 p.m. The school has been invited, and the school will present their limited warrant first, or their limited warning first. And then we'll fill in after that. I don't expect it'll go too long, but we will begin the meeting with the pre-town meeting, and then we'll have a regular meeting thereafter to take care of any business.
The moderator's been contacted, we've been in discussion, they'll be here. But I'll let them know that the school's gonna,
So
the
those
school
are,
board will be here first.
so those are the other meetings that are happening. Other business, is there anything else that needs attention?
I got a proof back from the printers today for town report, so we should have that buttoned up.
Was that electronic or paper?
Electronic. Yep, I sent it to you, sent it to Kathy. Yeah.
Okay.
So I sent it to Anita.
Okay.
Alrighty, so if there's any other business, then I'll entertain, I don't know what there's destroyed numbers on it. Motion to go into executive session to discuss.
313.
I don't think it is.
Personnel? No, maybe not.
No, yes it is, 313A3. I'll entertain a motion to move into executive session under 1 VSA 313A3 to discuss the employment of an administrative assistant by the board.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.